Looks good, right? Perhaps they could serve a lovely gift for children. Wives, even. Well, our scientists say no. No, they don't. Troy beauty products have been removed from all stores and establishments due to their large amounts of acidic properties. Among the harmful effects that these properties could have on your system are severe chemical burns on the skin, eye irritation, lung damage, intoxication if ingested, and potentially death. Doesn't sound so lovely anymore, hmm? If you keep one of these products in your household, discard it immediately. If you or someone you know has used these products, visit the nearest hospital as soon as possible. Please, consider spreading this information. This announcement will continue to air until poisoning cases involving the Troy Beauty brand cease. Remember, we care about your health. We care about you. Looks good, right? Perhaps they could serve as a lovely gift for children. Why, Stephen? Well, our scientists say no. No, they don't. Troy beauty products have been removed from all stores and establishments due to their large amounts of acidic properties. Among the harmful effects that these properties could have on your system are severe chemical burns on the skin, eye irritation, lung damage, intoxication if ingested, and potentially death. Doesn't sound so lovely anymore, hmm? If you keep one of these products in your household, discard it immediately. If you or someone you know has used these products, visit the nearest hospital as soon as possible. Please, consider spreading this information. This announcement will continue to air until poisoning cases involving the Troy Beauty brand cease. Remember, we care about your health. We care about you.
Yeah, I'm adjusting the music. Okay, how's this work? Okay, cool. It looks like last time I streamed, I had my, mic down. If I remember correctly, that was because there was some echo. Oh, hey, Piggy. Let me give you a roll real quick. I think this is you, Piggy. But let's see. Okay, cool. Cool. So, there are like 53 people here. Wow, thanks everyone. So we're gonna wait a couple minutes to start the stream. Yeah, I love my new sprite. It's really cool. And this was done by Pear, my best friend Pear. And I'm really, I just adore it. Yeah, so we're going to be walking through the Pendog Creative Library funeral band update. And oh yeah, shout out to Psyche out, who created the initial design for the Maisy, the Murphy Mutt. Not Maisy. This is not Maisy, this is Murphy Mutt. Two creatures from the same genus. Murphy with an eye. Like the Smile For Me character. Oh, happy birthday, O2 fan. Now, I think we should be good to start soon. As much as it pains me to leave the music. But that's okay, because this is a, very music-based update. Let me just put, rules in chat real quick. Or Salem can, I think. Yeah, just a moment. Let me, I'm still figuring out Twitch's rules. I mean, how to, use Twitch commands. Okay, let me try this. Okay, that didn't work. So, I guess I'll just talk about the rules here. The rules are... just a moment. That's okay, Macabre Cat. Let me see. Stream tool settings, moderation. Okay, so here's the rules of the stream. Treat everyone with respect. If you get timed out, just take it on the chin. You don't need to send me a paragraph-long apology. It's not a big deal. If I was really mad at you, I'd straight up ban you. Racism, transmisogyny, homophobia, any form of bigotry is not allowed here. Do not refer to me as guy, dude, or man unless you are a mutual of mine. This is something I take very seriously. No self-promo unless you are a mutual or team member. And I reserve the right to moderate you for disruptive behavior, regardless if you specifically broke any rules or not. This is just my go-to rule for when someone's being weird, but they're like, but technically I didn't break any rules, so you magically can't ban me from your chat. Newsflash, I can still ban you because I manage the chat. So that's all the rules. Yeah, if you are in any sort of modding position, put a I can ban you for any reason rule. Because you'll always run into people who are like, I'm technically not breaking the rules while being bigoted, in a way that you didn't account for in the rules when writing them. Okay, so we are going to get started. Let's get started with exploration. Yeah, I know what you mean. So, it's been a while. I think our last stream was 3 months ago, maybe? Salem probably knows better than I do. Last time we visited the Pendog site, we went through Penny's adventures and being sponsored by a company to make an update around Dorothy Doo and the Dorothy Doo Show. We discussed cults, rising fascism in America, and a whole lot of other stuff that is interesting to think about. So, and maybe when maybe when our playlist is longer for Pendog, I'll have background music. Um, while exploring the site. But summer's at the door. Are you all ready? Hello, everyone. Penny M here. A lot of things happened between now and the last update. Nothing as big as a sponsorship and gallery visit, but for sure the last month's been very hectic, so I apologize for any rushedness on my end. However, I do like to keep the site alive, and as such, I asked for help from my amazing friend RWG, lead artist for the website, for this update. As you may know, RWG is a massive Maisy the Mutt fan whom I met several years ago, and since then we have been inseparable. Well, I am very well versed in the animation history of Maisy. RWG is more familiar with Maisy the Mutt's history as a cultural icon, or, in the case of the 70s, her role as a countercultural culture symbol adopted by punk communities. Oh, hey, Wizard! I hope you enjoyed playing games. I saw you were streaming earlier. Speaking of turning points, I was offered a job at the Winfield Library. Apparently, during our visit and following my archival research for them, they have taken a liking to me, and after hearing about my current situation, relocating, unemployed, they wish to assist me with a temporary job there until I can find sufficient work. Emma already makes enough to support us both, but I have been feeling restless sitting here in this house with nothing but her puppets to keep me company. I think that getting out into the world again would do me good. Do not worry, this will not interfere with my work. In fact, the library is a short hop away via the Ruby Red Line. That being said, I have been very relieved to gain some sort of independence, no matter how small. I've been sure to include several Winfield related works in this update as a sign of my gratitude. I would once again like to thank my teammates for helping me through all of this. RWG, Vincent, Emma, they make this site possible and have been so supportive of this update. Vincent even helped me to retrieve my special writing binder after I forgot it during a research mission. So notice how she doesn't mention Belly Up. That's probably not good, but I don't have any art of my I don't have any of my own art to share this update. But I wanted to show off this cute Maisy ashtray Emma found while she was antiquing. It wasn't in the greatest condition, but we've been doing our best to restore it. When we're done, maybe I'll put it on the archive. No promises though. Salem, could you update this? There's always one spelling error, and we go through our articles like 10 to 20 times, but there's always one. Oh, we'll save that for later, but This was made by Piggy Soda. I don't mind a typo here or there when it comes to unfiction because, um, especially if it's for if you're trying to make something feel real, if it's an unofficial, like it's not government classified type documents in your unfiction projects, having a couple of typos can help it make it feel more real, but you can't intentionally put them in. They have to kind of happen organically. Otherwise it's extremely noticeable. But with the website, it's someone trying to maintain the facade of professionalism. So, um, that's just a little bit of my insight on typos. Because I know there is nothing more immersion breaking than running into a typo while you're watching something that's supposed to be like official. Um, like in a ton of analog horror stuff. Um, I'll watch it. I'll be really invested. I'll be really invested, and then without any like in universe reason for it, this like super classified um disclosure document will have a typo in it, and I'll be like, whoa. It'll like kind of startle me out of like the atmosphere that it's been building up. That's why we have like 3 people who run through our documents to make sure that everything's on up and up, but unfortunately, there's always one typo. Here's a roster of the update materials. Keith Dow and the Ink Dollars, da da da. We'll be reading through all of these. And if you're trying to solve, hi, YouTubers, people who are watching this on YouTube, this is for you. If you are trying to solve the puzzles for each update, take a look at this rundown at the end of every penny update article, because everything in here is part of the same update. So if you're trying to solve a puzzle, you'll only want to look at these articles and stuff related to them. Like, and anything in here only applies to up to puzzles from last update. So, hopefully that's helpful, because I know I have noticed a couple of people, not a ton of people, just a couple of people who run over the entire archive searching on a wild goose chase for puzzles. And I do feel a little bit bad when I see that happen occasionally. So, actually, we're going to start from the top. Our premier star of this update, Harmonia. Harmonia model sheet by unknown artist at Kling Klang Studios, 1974. Another obscure character today. We will be looking at the character Harmonia from the real world band of the same name. One of the last holdouts of the hippie era, the band Harmonia was created in 1971 by lead singer and vocalist Dylan Rose, a drifter from California, and his friends from undergrad. The band, originally consisting of 5 members, would, adopting the hippie aesthetic and identity, quickly gain popularity despite the dwindling culture. In fact, their popularity would briefly cause a spike in hippie culture, although this sudden resurgence would quickly die down following the band's end in 1980. Though the band would do moderately well for 2 years following their formation, attention would really start to pick up following their 1974 hit song, The Past is More Than Whatever Before, a song that would quickly define the band, with Dylan opening and closing future shows with the infectious tune. Dylan would receive promotional and album offers, which he quickly accepted, helping the band to rock in notoriety throughout America. The band, with Dylan at the helm, would go on to commission several animated music videos from Kling Klang Studios, a lesser known studio of the time that would also be dragged into notoriety on the coattails of Rose's fame. In these music videos, notable for their psychedelic, colorful qualities, that's a tongue twister, there were many characters that would appear, from polka dotted hippos to flying tongues with harps to distasteful depictions of ethnic groups. More on that later. However, amongst the sea of fractal flowers, button doll eyes, and cultural appropriation, one character would consistently make an appearance in these music videos. Her name was Harmonia, named so after the titular band. Quickly scribbled on a napkin at a diner by Rose himself, Harmonia was a visual jab at the idea of hippies being devil culture, and when passed off to the animation studio, she quickly won over the hearts of fans and outsiders alike. This is Dylan Rose. Harmonia was described as a free spirit, a girl who was looking in on the world and let it wash over her. She did not conform to modern trends and liked to think about the flowers in her hair, according to the band members. Harmonia floated through space and yearned for simpler times without war and politics, which mirrored the political messaging behind the songs themselves. Sorry, I really, for a moment there, I really wanted to make a Family Guy joke. Um, War and politics and sex on TV. Those good old fashioned values. Um, the character would soon be found all around America on billboards, promoting the band, and on merchandise that was quickly and cheaply made following the band's popularity. In fact, I would say most of what survives of this band today is old, deteriorating, non musical merchandise, albums that are very hard to find, and lyrics that are somehow even more difficult to find. And photos of performances, much like our Hecate problem, it's almost like the moment their popularity died out, the band was wiped off the map. Um, Similar to the hippie movement, the band didn't really amount so much. Getting back to Harmonia, however, she would often dance along to the music in these animated videos without much of a plot besides interacting briefly with other characters. And I Want to See the Face of the Policeman, she would notably lift up the hat of an officer and offer him a red flower, which became one of the most iconic images of her. This was probably in reference to the famous photograph in which hippies protesting the 1966 American occupation of Korea offered flowers to the riot police sent to clear out the protest. Harmonia was described as a mediator by Rose, someone who wanted everyone to get along and make peace with others. I think if we all put aside our differences and listen to each other's perspective, we could finally have world peace, Rose said in an interview. Bandmate Larry Lucky Heel Huxley would also claim that Harmonia was the voice of the generation, saying, people who are tired of seeing war on TV and being told what to do by their parents who don't understand it at all. Who don't understand it all. We all just want to have fun and get along. In terms of counterculture, the band was very passive, but they would often preach nonconformity against fashion trends, sticking to the past, and not giving in to the new, being kind to each other even when you disagreed, peaceful protest, lawfulness, and individualism. Despite their constant expressions of peace and love, behind the scenes, the Harmonias reportedly were not as sunshine and rainbows as they like to appear, and there was much infighting between members. While the band generally consisted of at least 5 musicians, those members changed often from performance to performance and album to album, the only constant being Dylan Rose, as he was reportedly insufferable to work with. As mentioned earlier, albums of this band's music are very difficult to find. However, we were lucky to be gifted one album by the mother of teammate RWG. Thank you, RWG's mom. Her mom is a music historian, and although not a fan of the band, she did have the album on hand. Although we would not be looking through all these we will not be looking through all these songs. We have picked out a few to examine portions of the lyrics and discuss how they tie into the underlying politics of the band themselves. Here's Harmonia's Get Along poster. A lot of our Harmonia art, the Harmonia posters, this update were created by Silly Symbol, aka Moog, with 2 zeros. Amazing, amazing artist. Like the stuff they do with color and line art is astounding. Like, I can't get enough of it. So here's Harmonia's music video, and this seems to be how they would all open up with Harmonia and her band members. Look at these wacky people. And here's Harmonia offering a flower to the policeman. And that photo is real. Like, it's not from this in-universe protest and war that we created for Pendog, but if you look it up on Wikimedia Commons, there is a famous photo of a hippie offering a police officer a red rose. Or a red flower, or just a flower. Still sucks. But kind of based off a real thing. It might have been that Petroid. So we're gonna listen to music, and I'm gonna mute myself so that you can hear it. And this is kind of my favorite song. But when you listen to the song, you gotta imagine me shaking my head and giving a thumbs down so that you know that I don't agree with the message of the song. And I'm just gonna imagine everyone in the audience doing that too because it's really funny.
Why can't we see eye to eye and get rid of all this bad? I know that you ain't on the policeman. We've been on this falling apart. If you show me your face, policeman, I'm sure we'll be charmed. I wanna see the face of the policeman, the hero that wears blue and white. I wanna see the face of the policeman, the good man that's hidden inside. We don't have to fight, we don't have to clash. We can dance in the flower field. Just remove your hat and let me place a flower in your golden curly see the man beneath it's the heart that really
So, the song is amazing. Like, it's so hypnotic that you could hear it on the radio and not even think about, like, what it's saying, the lyrics are saying. And then you listen to it years later and you're like, oh no, that's what it's about. Here's another song from Lonesome. It's kind of like, you know how people talk about that song that's like, better run with my pumped up kicks, and how that song's kind of like really good, but then you look at the lyrics and you're like, uh-oh, that's what it's about. Oh. So, here's The Past Is More.
now, everyone tell me, son, the world is moving on. Wars in depth and politics, nations raising arms. Why can't we go back to simpler times when the world was at peace? Back to the 1930s when we lived in harmony. So whatever they tell you, the parents, the priests, and the fools, they will never understand what we know is true. Whatever before will always be sure that the past will always be more. Now take my hand and run along through the field of flower songs. We are meant to live forever, and the past goes
An album that will have you floating on cloud nine. The past is more than whatever before. Is the perfect record for the hopeful and the dreamer. Kick back, relax, and let Dylan Rose once again take you back to a time before, where song, laughter, and leisure were king. The thing is, you might think that it'd be weird for someone to be like, oh, I miss the 1930s. Things were so much better again. But I guarantee you, and looking through like historical stuff, there are people who have acted who are like that. Who are like, I miss when we were dying in the trenches and um global fascism was on the rise. Um but also it's important to think because I think it's pretty obvious that Harmonia and Hecate are tied together, and Hecate apparently, according to the site, emerged around that time as a character. It might be her perspective tinting it, because that might be when her scale of influence was greatest. Um, so the lyrics could be Hecate waxing nostalgic about a time when she wasn't just a lost media character. Here's this inner sleeve of the album. Here's a still frame from this. I'm deciding if I want to read the lyrics. I probably won't. I'm not really a singer, but by looking at these lyrics, we can read well into the personal philosophy and ideology of Dylan Rose and his band. To be blunt, they took a very naive form of countercultural protest and came from a very privileged perspective. The first song is infamous for its reductive nature towards the role police officers have in society, and many of the cultural protests. No, and many of the lyrics, while using flowery, peaceful language, insist upon a time that never truly existed. At this point, America had successfully launched multiple wars of conquest since its initial inception, and globally, fascism and death was on the rise. To insist that there was a before or more peaceful past that the country had strayed from, ignored the key issues behind modern and future problems. When interviewed, Dylan Rose would claim he was a non political individual and did not believe his songs had any politics besides everyone getting along. He would proudly claim that his political ideology was a rejection of politics entirely. Dipshit. When asked for their position on hippie culture, they stated that the role of the hippie is to remain apolitical and let the world wash over them. They should not be violent or get involved in others' fights, except to show the two aggressors that they are both flawed in their own ideas. A hippie should always value their individuality and ask what they can do for themselves. So fun lore. Our caricature artist, Duck Deveni, drew these, and these are based off of an infamous sketch. So the Beatles were asked to draw one another or they just drew one another. And the art they drew of each other was so mean. And when I asked Duck if these were based off those, they said yes, but I didn't manage to fill them with as much hate as the Beatles did. Um, actually, they fucking hated each other. It's so funny to me. I've also heard them described as the most toxic girl band in history. Um, but yeah. With this in mind, it should be noted that Dylan Rose and his revolving band members were extremely political and involved in the world of politics. Primarily, they were involved in the subversion and fight against the onset birth of punk culture, which encouraged a more active political stance than the band was comfortable with. Um, no, I'm talking about the band themselves. The band members were toxic towards each other. The band would preach the importance of following the law while refusing to conform, and that violence was never the solution. They discouraged protesting, and their views often proved to be very regressive compared to punks, especially in relation to the areas of race and gender identity/sexuality. The band also would often play out events whose profits went back to the war effort and to colonial apartheid states. This was inexcusable and done shamelessly despite protesters frequently surrounding these venues handing out flyers. All in all, as will be discussed more in other articles, the band stood for conformity overall, but beneath a layer of psychedelic colors and pretty music. It is perhaps this lack of substance that would eventually see them quickly overshadowed by new bands and cultures that emerged in the unrest of the 1970s. The band would struggle on through the late 70s, and through it all, Dylan Rose was reported as blaming the onset of punk culture, and specifically the band known as the Ink Dwellers, for their decline in popularity. The band would continue to struggle until Dylan's death in 1980. In modern times, the band is largely unknown, with their impact mainly being delegated to talk shows about true crime and murder aficionados. Their music hard to find, and their impact even harder. There was a brief trend of Dylan Rose impersonators in the late 2000s as promotion for a yogurt brand, but that really is about it in terms of their cultural relevance. One of the many songs sung by the Floaters during the run of the Dorothy Doo show. You can find more about the Floaters in our article on the Dorothy Doo cast and crew. Penny is pissed off. Um like Penny's articles on the site are typically very long. So when her articles are like a sentence long, um that something bad is going on, like whether it be censorship like last update, or this update, she's clearly still pissed off about the Mass Foundation censoring her articles on the Dorothy Doo show.
Ocean trails behind on your way too far away. Adventure waits to find, and so we drift in the mist of history past and before to set the sails of your great tales. We dreamers down below.
Keith Dow's Maisy Inkworks. The artistic works of Keith Dow are lesser known in this time, which is a shame. Although many knew him as a great musician, his personal artworks were astounding in their detail and compositional skill. As a person so heavily influenced by his love for the old Maisy cartoons, Dow would often include allusions to her not only in his music but in these stunning prints scanned over to us by his family. The inkwork is lovingly done, and it's hard to believe it hasn't faded over the years, almost as if the spirit of the little mutt herself has been infused within the lines. His works had a very organic flow to them, utilizing soft shapes to form monstrous creatures. Much like artist Jane Prell, he incorporated hands into his art whenever possible to stunning effects. Hearth of Meadow Valley, final novel. Created near the end of Winfield's life, this previously mentioned book was Winfield's final published novel, and a very hard to obtain one at that, featuring a darker than ever story set many years after the original series events. Millie has long departed from Meadow Valley, leaving Winnie alone to explore and survive its deteriorated depths. The book was released following Winfield's loss of the rights of Millie Moonbeam to Liquid Laugh Studio, and combined with his pre-existing dislike of the Winnie character, put all of his rage and frustrations on full display. It is a hard book to read, as it is so clearly is Winfield tormenting his own creation while mourning the loss of another. The world of Meadow Valley almost mirrors his own emotional state, filled with oil and tar and railroad tracks, all of which symbolize Stenciline, the owner's liquid laugh, and their theft of something so creatively important and enriching to him. It is a depressing read. The death of the world Winfield so vibrantly wrote to life for years, and you can feel how depressed Winfield was writing it, depressed with the world and unhappy with himself. It is never explained why Millie is missing in the novel. Due to the nature of his hated contract, he was forbidden from using the character. He can only mention Millie's absence in a vague way as follows. And although that strange and wonderful being had once been within this place, and of this particular place, that being was no longer. The moonbeam which had blessed this valley with her light for so long had left it. The hearth of the valley was burnt out. There would be no one there to relight it, as they had long ago. The silverfish of the valley had burrowed within every crevice, every root, and every tree. It was a hollow place without her in it. Everyone mourned the one they could not bring themselves to name. Here's another passage, this one in relation to Winnie. That awful little imp, Winnie the Whist, it quickly hopped from one foot to the next, each eye spinning and wondering where, Salem, can you fix this? Where its friend, its sworn sister, had gone. It stupidly danced and hopped about for decades within its home before one day it could wait no further and tumbled out the door to a much other Meadow Valley. Beyond the text's clear resentment of Winnie, this is where the story starts proper. Winnie tumbling into a new dead world and trying to find out what happened to her friend. As can be seen in the recovered illustration from the final novel, Winnie would mainly wander through this dead world over the course of the story. There is no magic, only monsters, natural disasters, and man-made hazards. Eerily, these man-made elements never had a clear source, as humans never appear or are alluded to in the story. All the pipes and tracks and oil spills are made to sound as if they manifested over time the way a weed overtakes a garden. So I actually want to talk about this because, as you know, Winfield never wanted to continue Meadow Valley. In the first place. Um, Continuing the series was a compromise to an alternative to destitution, and he continued it because it, not just because it kept him like housed, but because people would constantly write letters to him begging for more of it. Eventually a little girl writes him a letter that implies he can't commit to anything. So from the start, his continuation of this world, and let me get clear. You can tell that he loved making this world eventually. He loved fleshing it out and adding more to this world. Like, eventually he did grow to care about it, and he did gain he was enriched artistically from working on it. But there's always that little resentments of not being able to do anything else. So then he loses Millie. In fact, I'd say the only reason he'd feel comfortable working on this series more was because Millie was in it. And that was probably like the compromise. So then he loses Millie. So this final book is like the bomb going off. All that resentment that he'd harbored since the start of the second book blows up. And this book is him tearing apart his world to the point that no one can salvage it narratively. Like, you want more stories? Well, I'm going to make a story that makes it so that Meadow Valley cannot have any more stories in it. I'm going to destroy Meadow Valley. I'm going to burn it down. And, yeah. And I don't. It's hard. Um, it's hard to read about because you can tell that he did love part of this world. He loved Millie, and then he destroyed her world. Like, that world was important to Millie. Like, she existed in that world. And he takes that out on Winnie. Um, and if you want to read it as Millie and Winnie being his daughters, um, you can read it as Winnie being tormented by her dad. I just wanted to. I'm gonna stop and explain myself, like how I write stuff. Um, throughout each article in here. But yeah, it's like it's like Winfield throwing a tantrum and destroying all the toys in the room so that no one else can play with them. Um, and I will say, actually, here's a good point. I don't see all the characters as being having family, mother, child, parent, child dynamics with their creators, except for Millie and Winnie. So if you're like, wow, I want to ship human characters with the tunes, don't do that with Winfield and his creations. But every other character is mostly okay to do that with. Um, and I just want to bring that up because it does make me feel uncomfortable when people are like, Dorothy is Barbara's daughter. Um, Barbara is Dorothy's mother. No, Barbara created that doll from a very gay place in her heart. So, but Maisie probably would see Ivan Hoth as her dad. So that's another one just to keep a heads up for. Um, but yeah, I just wanted to get that out there. We all fall down at the World Fair. Oh boy. Created by the Double Diker Beds, one of the many punk bands of the 70s, this album spins a tale about the tragic events of the World Fair. The DDB were a band well regarded amongst the punk movement for their funny and progressive views on American issues. They would often release music influenced by famous American historical events, and the lyrics would often put on a fun twist or alternate story to the real world inspiration. In the case of the World Fair, they created a song that speculated on what happened that day and alluded to the idea of things not being so simple as what the papers and reporters claimed them to be. The song We All Fall Down at the World Fair discussed the nature of death, of everyone dying at some point, and that at important points in history, many people always seem to die. The song asks why this is, why that is important, why it is that important history must always be made on the deaths of other, and if death serves as an index marker in the history of the world. The song was very well received amongst a group of people embittered with the fallout of the World Fair incident, which, as many know, was the impetus for America's war of terror, not on terror, war of terror, on many nations. However, the song was greatly despised by nationalists and the adults of previous generations, who claimed the song to be disrespectful to those who gave their lives in service of their country, as well as towards the victims of the World Fair. As such, the song was quickly buried beneath censorship and is less well known today. We obtained this disc case from a former band member, from a who still makes music today. This is the lyrics, and since this doesn't have words, I will read them. And although we go down below, we all rise up in time. We all go down at the World Fair, scientists in bow ties charring in the flare. And although we will never know what happened there, we all go down at the World Fair. We all go down at the World Fair. We all go down at the World Fair. We all go down and fly up high. We look up at the sky at the World Fair. A fire in the sky. A A fire in the air, a high volt man. What did they see when the sky went red? Was it fate? Was it right? We all go down to the fair tonight. We all go down at the World Fair. We all go down at the World Fair. We all go down at the World Fair. We all go down and fly up high. We all look up at the sky at the World Fair. I guess that we'll never know what dragged everyone deep down below and charring remains of acid red, that blue spark man dancing baton in hand. Um, Salem, could you change this to? I don't think this is supposed to be the song. This is supposed to be the album. Could you change these words to album? I just wanna. Yeah, that shouldn't be like that. Yeah, so the lyrics are very interesting in how they seem to use Telly as a stand-in for Telectrica and their role in the tragedy at the World Fair. It should also be noted that at this time in history, a good 13 years after the World Fair, the company known as Telectrica Innovations was long dead. It was noted in our Telelectric character index page, but nobody bought the rights to his character during the liquidation process. And as such, Telly became fair game for any person or group to use in any way they wanted. So, for starters, something so terrible happened that nobody wanted the brand. And that's kind of crazy when you consider that Telectrica was one of the biggest innovators in America. Like it's not like some small knockoff brand going bankrupt and no one wants the assets. This would be like if Microsoft or Google went bankrupt and nobody wanted the assets. Like absolutely no one. Um and something I want to talk about here is in America and kind of globally, there is this idea that you can't talk about awful tragedies because it's disrespectful. You can't, besides true crime, that stuff's crap, but you can't talk about 9/11 and what caused it because that's disrespectful. You can't examine what was happening politically, um, sociologically that made it happen because that's disrespectful. And conservatives love to hide behind that crap. Um, they love to be like, you're betraying your nation by discussing what caused this stuff. Um, yeah, you know what? It's like people who get offended when you compare other events to modern events. You can't call this genocide. It's disrespectful to act to old to victims of this past genocide, like with people are doing with are saying about people trying to talk about the genocide of Palestinians. Um, like whenever you try to talk about that, people are like, oh, you don't know what genocide actually is. It's so disrespectful to past victims of genocide, blah 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 blah. It's a favorite tactic because shame is an effective weapon to make political dissidents shut up. Sorry if I got too real there, but something that's really important to me. And this is probably our most politically charged update. I guess that makes sense since it's punk adjacent. Yeah, in case anyone was wondering where I stand on these things. Um Maisy the Mutt and Death Marches On. One of the most important cartoons in Maisy the Mutt's history, this cartoon marked the end of the period in which specters and ghouls reigned within the work. As discussed countless times throughout the history and archive articles, Maisy was a character who started with a very macabre nature. Following Liquid Laugh's success and subsequent acquisition by Stenciline, the darker features of her cartoons were removed from the works themselves and from history. However, this was not a change which happened overnight. Despite their new owners and demands from Stenciline top brass, Ivan, and by extension Lewis, held a degree of control within their studio. If displeased with the instructions from above, Liquid Laugh's normally fluid animation output had a way of slowing to a tar-like speed. When he was briefly fired from his own company by the new owners, the entire animation studio, which, if you may remember, consisted of friends and friends of friends, went with him, and Stenciline panically rehired him in fear of financial losses. A still frame from Death Marches On. This was done by Uncanny Villa and Zombie, aka Pal, and Killbet. This is George Lyman. Drawing gifted to Ivan Hoth by George Lyman after he was fired from Liquid Laugh. Drawing jokingly gifted to Ivan Hoth after he was quickly rehired by Stenciline. This is kind of funny to me. It was George having a little chuckle about how quickly Stenciline backtracked. Following the incident, Ivan would go on to renegotiate the details of his employment and that of his studio workers, something Stenciline rashly complied with. No, there were no illusions of any sort of friendship between the two companies, no matter how things may have looked on the surface. However, what this meant was that ultimately, up until Ivan's death, Stenciline left the studio's animations alone. Yes, there were occasional acts of malice, such as the theft of Millie Moonbeam. Stenciline drafted the contract, of which Liquid Laugh had no part in approving, but Maisy, in the nature of her cartoons, remained fairly free-range in terms of content they could cover. Death Marches On would be the final animation created under Lewis and Ivan's guidance, and it was a spectacle to be sure. Everyone in the company pitched in for this production, and after months of work, the final result was a ghoulish animation detailing Maisy the Mutt introducing her many ghostly family members and the dead of the world to a returning Hobble the Hound, before enthusiastically burying him alive for trying to steal her magic hat. The production could be seen as a final send-off from Ivan, whose health was rapidly deteriorating at this point, and one could argue that the subject of mortality was weighing very heavily on his mind. The animation switched between many settings, such as Maisie's living haunted house, a vast graveyard that stretched on like a city block, and an abstract void-like space in which ghosts and corpses fell into a vast pile of the recently deceased far below the soil. This last location was visited when Maisy grabbed Hobble and jumped into a coffin that went down for miles. The animation was very controversial internally, with Stenciline nearly firing Ivan again. However, by this point, he had become a well known face in the American culture, so firing him would have caused some unwanted controversy. In this way, Ivan continuously skirted the line and escaped his employer's wrath. Much like Barbara Massey of Dorothy Doo fame, the man had an unusual pattern of getting what he wanted despite all odds. Concept art for Death Marches On. What was this animation trying to say? Many people have proposed that behind the silly nature were, as true of all art, political messages hidden within, which is not that hard to believe. Maisie says a lot about death in this cartoon, talking to Hobble, who heard wearing her hat could prevent death, about his foolishness and what a party death could be. She showed him dead oil barons, preachers, saints, and more. Many well known famous historical figures, they all slept beneath the earth. In the end of the animation, Hobble would concede that Maisie had a point about all this before going on to live life and, hilariously, walking off a cliff. Following this animation, Ivan Hoth would pass on, leaving Lewis and Maisie behind. That's a sad sentence. After Lewis left the company, Centraline would rapidly sanitize and reshape Maisy the Mutt into an American sweetheart in the words of new Liquid Laugh head Norris Stillman. It was an identity that Maisy as a character would not escape until the late 70s. I sat in silence for a long, long time, watching myself become less of myself. Oh boy, this is a chunky article, but I did promise I'd read everything, so. Music was of great importance in the world of Meadow Valley. Many groups and individuals would have their own special songs and rhymes that were passed down from person to person. Throughout her journey, Millie would memorize several of these songs, sometimes using them to escape danger or to resolve conflicts. The many songs appearing throughout the series would later be released in a separate music book, Songs and Yawns of Meadow Valley, for fans of and young musicians to play and sing in their own homes. The music was even planned to be utilized in the ill-fated Meadow Valley movie. With all this in mind, let's look through some of the songs and singing creatures that might be found in Millie's world. I'm gonna drink water. I'll be back in like a minute, literally, just a minute. So, actually, right here, a lot of my art is inspired by the American artist Al Columbia. Do not look up this artist if you are under 18. Thank you. Um, but his work is very influential to me as an artist. Al Columbia. His well-known works are The Biologic Show, Pim and Francie, The Golden Bear Days. Um, the things that man can do with ink and paper are amazing. Okay. Flowers, the first of the... I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I got a call. Um, so... The first of the creatures that sang within the world of Meadow Valley were, of course, the many different kinds of flowers within the valley. That's kind of a run-on sentence. Um, okay. Sorry, I'm catching my breath. Okay. These flowers tend to alternate in mobility and personality. Some traversed on root-like legs, while others passively gave her advice and made conversation from their spots perched upon hanging vines. All of them, however, were reported to have their own unique songs that distinguish them from other families. Um, okay. This is the biggest hurdle of the update because I wrote a lot for this. Oh boy. What of the most notable songs was the song of the Sundews, a family of friendly flowers that sifted through the undergrowth regularly to catch up their preferred prey that should be snatched up, the aphids. It should be noted that the cycle of predation and death was not shied away from in the series. It was just another part of the valley in all its great and wild beauty. However, it was never a cruel thing, Creatures simply did as creatures do. So to say, the Sundews were met in the first book of the series, and although they had no accompanying illustration, they were described as tall creatures with heads covered in tufts that could extend and snatch up prey. They had tall seed-shaped eyes that circled their lower body, and a mouth concealed within a flower on their back. Despite how frightening this may sound, the creatures were fairly cordial towards Millie, carrying her on their backs to help her through the mud swamps of the valley. Um, Hold that thought, Blue 69, because that really is like the theme of this update. Um, but we're gonna have to wait to get to Jane for that. The most ferocious flowers in the valley, these creatures encountered Millie in the first book, and although there was a brief misunderstanding when she interrupted their war rally, they quickly forgave her when it became clear she was not an enemy spy from their hated enemies, the Ivy League. The jaw points were so named as they resembled large yellow and orange flowers with frilly, furry petals attached to small wooden bodies at the base of their jaws were the titular points, a set of ant-like mandibles. However, the most peculiar aspect of these creatures was their ability to, when they grew too old or tired of their identity, switch their heads with the other members of their troop in a dance known as the Jawbone March. These creatures would reappear throughout the series, often sparking the many conflicts and wars throughout the valley, with their bickering and tendency to take offense from things as minor as the direction of the wind or the angle of the sun. The Ivy League. Oh boy. So while I read this, keep in mind that Barbara Massey said she took a lot of inspiration from R.W. Winfield's work. And last update, we learned that besides the facade that the Children of America had built up of this series being like a child-friendly, innocent series, we learned that the original Dorothy Doo stories were ultimately an anti-colonialism story, discussing the horrors of the British and American settlers, the Navy, etc., etc. So keep that in mind. The Ivy League. Mentioned within the first book but not appearing until the second book of the series, the Ivy League was a great traveling city made of many vine-like creatures, which served their nefarious master, the Sickle King. The members of the Ivy League resembled narrow and long green worms with tiny faces and small withered leaves that struggled to move. They would wind together and travel through the many slow movements of their leaves. As such, the kingdom was slow to arrive and conquer, but given enough time, they would eventually grow over and lay claim to new places, their members winding outwards to expand and grow. The creatures were described as vain, snooty, and unbearably stupid in nature, a reflection of their king. Both the goals of the Ivy League and the Sickle King were stated to be endless growth and a sea of endless green, every flower and color drowned out amongst the vines. Both parties would be destroyed in the finale of the second book, as Millie, pushed to the limits of her grace and patience, lit the kingdom on fire. Both Millie and Winnie would flee the burning kingdom in a thrilling sequence where the Sickle King rotted and deteriorated after them, finally burning to a puddle of something like gasoline. So this is a Sickle King. The Silverfish. These are some of my oldest creations, by the way. Millie and Winnie were created during the pandemic, I believe, and so were the Silverfish. So it felt I felt like I had to include them in this to pay them their due. Voracious creatures that crawled in the darkest margins and wooden barrens of old forests and log beds and dams. These insects were one of the most feared beings in the world of Meadow Valley. The silverfish are the oldest beings in the world of Meadow Valley. That's a run-on sentence, Salem. And according to their own testimony, they lived long before the valley was a place and long before the world for the valley as well. They were decidedly a force of nature as much as characters, and swarmed in many nests across the valley that burrowed within unfortunate trees who could not escape their path. The silverfish mostly struggled to speak and preferred to randomly say bits of sentences and words, which Millie in her encounters with them would struggle to interpret. However, the silverfish were not hostile. They simply lived to eat. When full and in an environment with sufficient sustenance, the insects would make pleasant and uneasy conversation with the firefly, giving her important information on the lesser known knowledge of her world. In the first book of the series, these beings were consistently presented as all around evil and malicious. Before Winfield, who stated the idea of a purely evil species bothered him deeply, rewrote and revised their roles and place within the world of the series. Once Silverfish, Nettlecape would become a good friend and teacher of Millie later in the series. In the final book, the silverfish were one of the few remaining beings living in the remains of Meadow Valley. They swarmed across the land, and when they made discussion with Winnie, would tell her how they were preparing for the world that would arrive after Meadow Valley fully died. Phew. So, actually, this is Winfield is based on a lot of artists and writers, most notably Frank Baum. But he's kind of like Frank Baum if Frank Baum had an ounce of self-reflection. Um, if you didn't know, Frank Baum was notoriously anti-Native American. Um, and was a major proponent of the genocide of the Native peoples of America. Winfield is also based on kind of like how how R.R. Tolkien would later regret having the orcs be a universally evil race. I feel like Winfield had that revelation himself and was like didn't like the optics of having a pure evil race of creatures. That's a good point, Seaweed Wood. I like that. Um and a big thing in Winfield's work is that death is just a part of life, and that killing and eating something doesn't necessarily make something evil. It's like people who are like sharks and dolphins are inherently evil because they act like animals, and it's like, well, they act like animals because they are animals. Um and I feel like that is a theme that Winfield wanted to get out in his work. The idea that death and violence is a part of nature, and that trying to pretend that it isn't can be very harmful. Um, but also you can see that Winfield's work wasn't perfect, and that's something I really wanted to write into his character into this article was the idea that Winfield did have some feelings as a white artist, as a white writer. That did influence his work, unfortunately. Okay, I'll move on. Vicious yet fair ruler of the underwoods, where the silverfish often roamed. And non-flower creatures lurked in the timber and sawdust. King Houndfoot was said to be the size of a building, and that whenever he moved, the entire valley would tremble and quake. As such, he was a very sedimentary creature that placidly sat within his burrow beneath the wooden beams and underbrush of Meadow Valley. In personality, he was a sleepy and slow being that could, in a flash, snap up to attention and snap up trespassers into bloody web bags. However, he often was very patient with those who entertained his presence, giving them advice on how to proceed and granting them bones in the form of blessings and special magic, which would be used by Millie to repel the forces that conspired against her. Although Houndfoot took the title of a king, he had no army, nor did he seem to enforce his kingdom very strictly. He called himself a representative of the old and forgotten fallen things. In the second book, Winnie would reveal herself to be a former member of his royal court that could not stand just being a simple clown and fled to make a name for herself as a fearsome beast of legend much like him. The king held no animosity towards the West and encouraged her aims. In the final book, the king would tirelessly retreat into his burrow in preparation for the new world to come. Some analysts have claimed Houndfoot to be a reflection or stand in for Winfield himself. Hmm. The songs of Millie Moonbeam were various in number, with them typically being used as conjurations, offerings of peace, or words of comfort. We have already talked about Millie in her character article. However, unmentioned in that brief summary is that many of the songs sung by Millie were often coveted and chased after by the foolish power seekers within Meadow Valley. Often to their dismay, they would find these songs caused adverse reactions when sung by anyone other than Millie, and in the case of Moonlight Yearning, caused the Sickle King to immediately wither and rot from the inside, shortly after which his kingdom would be lit on fire. Millie's backstory was as recounted in the prologue of the first novel, the youngest child of a line of moonlight insects, moths, fireflies, mosquitoes, and beetles who tended to the moonflower in the sky, and helped guide it along its astral path. Millie was said to not be completely of these creatures, and often struggled to fit in due to her affinity with fire. And after leaving the moonflower to save the hearth, she found her view of the world changed forever. Yet throughout all of this, she carried songs from home for comfort. The only character who could sing the Moonlight Yearning without being stricken by pestilence was Winnie, another connection between the two. I just kind of love the idea of like, so a theme in this update is cultural appropriation. Um Kind of like with Dylan Rose and the hippies appropriating native culture, appropriating a culture from India and other Asian and from Asian countries. And in this one, you have the Sickle King, who is another wannabe monarch. Um, and he tries to appropriate Winnie's culture. Um, and it immediately rots him from the inside out because it's just so other from him. Like he's so twisted and vile that it immediately rots him from the inside. I just find that kind of interesting. Um and I realize how funny it is that I wrote all of this and then I'll read it on stream and be like, that's really interesting. Whoever wrote this, wow, this is really interesting to read. It's just really funny to me when I hyperfixate on my own characters and lore. Wow, this is really interesting. The themes of this are so fascinating. I wonder who wrote it. The Timber Beast was the most feared creature in the world of Meadow Valley. A long, winding trail of fur and teeth that tore through the valley on taloned feet and existed as a manifestation of the wilderness and all creatures that yowled and scratched and tumbled between the undergrowth. The creature made its home in the underwood, but regularly ventured out in search of new prey. It did not speak and was very easily fooled into running headlong into traps and danger, when he would often cling to the back of the timber beast in order to travel from place to place. As she was so small, it did not mind her presence or have any interest in hunting her. The timber beast had many songs recounting its existence, as it would not be introduced properly until the third book of the series. Almost a creature of folklore amongst the many inhabitants of Meadow Valley, the final dirge. The final song sung in the entire Meadow Valley series. A mournful chorus sung by the grass and dirt of the valley as Winnie sullenly made her way out of the story and into parts untold. It was the world saying goodbye, the fear of the world to come. Amazing counterculture music. Just a moment. One of the most iconic bands of the 70s punk movement, the Ink Dwellers, helped popularize the appropriation of Maisy the Mutt as a countercultural symbol, and their work would galvanize the punk movement to newer heights. This album was released at the first big peak in the band's popularity and served as a rather stunning display of not only taking Maisy the Mutt and using her for her music, but also was made as a response to the last big band of the hippie movement known as the Harmonias, who we read about in the first article. The album contains songs such as Bloody Red Riding Gloves and I Don't Want to Go to My Room, Mom, the latter being one of the above mentioned songs targeted at the Harmonias, whose music and hippie background the Ink Dwellers and many members of the punk movement found to be politically shallow and lacking the bones of any real change. The music This music was often distributed unofficially through bootleg recordings and was a practice encouraged by the band themselves, something which likely helped them to become so prolific amongst the population. The album would later spark a retaliatory response song from the Harmonias titled My Room is My Only Home. As for the content of these songs, they ranged a wide variety of social issues, from an outcry against police brutality, demand for social change, through taking action together, the embrace of death, and again mocking the hippie movement that preceded the punk movement. To learn about this hostility, refer to the history article about the Ink Dwellers. Salem, if you can link this. Their most well-known song, Bloody Red Riding Gloves, begins with the following words: Little red, bloody red riding gloves, muzzle as white as a morning dove. This is obviously this this obviously is in reference to Maisy the Mutt. The Ink Dwellers like to play coy with their use of the character in their lyrics, never directly naming her, but describing her and using references to her older cartoons. It was a method that infuriated stencil line lawyers, but also showed the subtle, unnamed way Maisy manifested within their work. So fun lore pack. Lore fact. This album art is of a famous legend about a dog that guarded its owner's grave for years after his death, and then was freed after the dog died. So think about what that means in relation to Maisie. Um, like because after her owner died, she she was left alone to be controlled by Sensoline. And then this punk band comes along and breaks her chains, inadvertently probably, but they still break her chains. Thank you, Salem. Maisy the Mutt, 1950s. We're in the home stretch. Um, Much like Dorothy Doo or Beatrice B.E., Maisy would change her style over time as cultural and artistic shifts emerged in American animation. This Maisy design was an attempt by Sensoline to mimic the style pioneered by former members of the company. As mentioned in the Telelectric article, was largely caused by the union-busting practices of Liquid Laugh and Sensoline. Although many artists stuck around and Ivan helped to fight for better conditions, the constantly looming shadow of Sensoline was too much for many workers. The workers would leave and go on to form their own studios, which focused on creative expression through abstract art. Seeing their success, Sensoline pressed Ivan to follow suit. Ivan was not particularly fond of this design for Maisie, or rather, he disliked the attempt to chase current trends and copy his peers. The design would not last long and would quickly be replaced by the design seen in Death Marches On. Okay. Throughout the course of the Meadow Valley series, Winnie and Millie would grow to be close friends. When people demanded the continuation of the series, with Winnie as a prominent role, Winfield would be forced to consider just what Winnie was to Millie and vice versa. According to the author, Winnie and Millie were like children from two different families flung together to be siblings, step siblings, and that despite how scary and ferocious the world became, the two of them would always keep in touch and stick it out by each other's side. With this in mind, the Winnie of future novels was notably less bloodthirsty in relation to her new sibling. However, in her impish whist tendencies remained something which often drove conflict between her and her sister. Often Winnie would try to eat or end the life of whatever new creature blocked their path, with Millie having to sway her away from violence. There are several tender moments and familial scenes of the two characters throughout the series. Most notably, Winnie would teach Millie the whist song, which had no important properties to it besides being something that brought Winnie comfort when she felt alone. As such, Millie kept it memorized so that whenever Winnie felt alone, she might hug her close and sing to her. It is amazing that Winfield could put this much tenderness and thought into a character he reportedly hated. And it makes one wonder, if he hadn't lost the rights to Millie, if he would eventually have turned around on his opinion of Winnie. That's another something that I also focus on with Winfield and a lot of characters on the library is the what if. and the almost there of this person was so close to having a breakthrough or to achieving their dream, and it just didn't work out due to a lot of reasons. Some of the final Lancer comics created by Louis Partardane before his departure from Kelbridge. These comics show a distractedness from the artist as he prepared to enter a new stage of his life with co-worker Ivan Hoff. As mentioned in Lancer's characters page, Lewis would continue to discreetly draw Lancer following his resignation. According to colleagues, they would often find doodles of Lancer on things like discarded advertisement bills and crumpled newspapers. The character was obviously very important to the artist, and the matter of Kelbridge owning the IP did little to discourage these drawings. Following his leave from Liquid Laugh in the wake of Ivan Hoff's death, these drawings would increase in output. Lewis began to draw the character in letters to his former co-workers, as well as leaving personal comics littered around his small apartment flat. Almost, Zorla. We still got a couple of other things to read. And then we will go down the rabbit hole. So the big clue for this is that Lancers, where's your bounding box? Where's your comic panel, buddy? And where are you going? So we'll get back to this later. We just have a little bit of history to read. Alrighty. Oh boy. Okay. Whew. One of the most influential and well-known artists of the 1970s, Keith Dow was the lead member of the infamous band The Ink Dwellers. Du was the youngest child of Chinese immigrants who moved to America to escape the violence being perpetuated by the U.S. overseas. With this in mind, it should be no surprise that Du found himself struggling against adversity from a very young age, and with it, he would see the many injustices and atrocities being committed within his own country. Du would luckily find community within the rising punk movement of the 1970s. It was here that he would meet friends, his future bandmates, and develop a do-it-yourself, we can do it together form of activism. It was also here that he would grow a love of music and prove to be a quick learner with the instrument, much to the glee of his peers. Du would often attend protests against the violence being enacted by American troops overseas, and he would often get in trouble for it with his parents, but in his own words, someone had to put up a fight or the wave of oppression would wash over everyone indiscriminately. Du was notable for incorporating his experiences as a punk and activist into his works, and his music was controversial for its unrestrained criticism of the United States, as well as the many oppressive institutions existing within it. I'm going to be a bit of a motor mouth for this article, so brace yourselves. He was extremely tied into countercultural activism and would help to plan protests and boycotts, which placed him right in the crosshairs of the powers that were at the time. In fact, over the course of his life, Du would be arrested countless times for a variety of reasons related to his activism. However, Du, for all his individual resolve and unique personality, was extremely tied into his community. He would regularly help out with charity work and public kitchens. To do punk was a calling, not an aesthetic, and it was perhaps for this reason that he took an extreme dislike to current American sweetheart Dylan Rose. It should be noted that the animosity towards hippies was not just confined to Keith Dew. To explain it, we have to consider that the punks came after the hippies in American history, and that the two were counterculture groups who had very different approaches to activism. The hippie movement, born during the 60s, was a very passive movement that preached nonconformity, but it heavily focused on. Sam, can you change that to did not, but did not heavily focus on the idea of active resistance? As discussed in the article on Harmonia, many hippies did not support the idea of violent resistance and would often take a why can't everyone just get along and be friends way of thinking. In Dew's own words, hippies ultimately were not resisting against the government, but their parents, and he stated himself to find their ideology very disappointing in its own way conformist. To him, the movement was simply ignoring the larger issues in America, and additionally, he found them to be a group that valued comfort and good feelings over personal risk and true social change. It did not help that many punks would see the hippies' movement's methods and ideology fail against the power of the state in the years leading up to the birth of punk culture in the US. Peace and love and holding hands did not work. After multiple wars of occupation, the World Fair incident, countless squash peaceful protests, and multiple hippie artists leaving/speaking against more forceful protests aiming for social change, the youth of the 70s were thoroughly tired of hippie culture. It was for all these reasons that Dew despised hippie culture, but he also spoke vocally against its constant appropriation of Asian aesthetics. To him, the movement was built on people wearing clothing and symbols they knew nothing about, and more importantly, did not actually believe in. And to Keith, this was endemic of the hippie ideology as a whole. Adopted aesthetics, no real substance. Hippies were also, beyond being cultural appropriators, notoriously racist communities in which people of color struggled to find acceptance and respect. All these things rang true of Dew's much beloved band, the Harmonias. In the words of Dew, the Harmonias were the worst kind of hippie in that they joined the movement to make capital off its popularity. As the last of the big hippie bands, they often broke what little ideas the movement had, and in Dew's eyes were a bunch of posers dressing up in hippie clothing to make a quick buck off a dying cultural wave. As mentioned in an article on Harmonia, the band would play at venues where protesters tried to drive people away, for the sales from the events would go to various harmful causes. Seeing the Harmonias ignore these protesters and play anyways was the first time Dew remembered taking a dislike to them. Based off a real thing I saw a mutual talking about was a popular band, an indie alternate band with a weird quirky um band leader playing music at a venue with tickets that went to Israel, specifically helping to fund the genocide of Palestinians. Um so this is whenever I put something like this in, know that it is based off experiences that I have had or have witnessed other people have. It's not bullshit. I'm not making it up for shock value. Okay. In 1974, Keith Dew and his band, the Ink Dwellers, would make it big, riding the cultural wave of punk and through their clever use of recently appropriated character Maisy the Mutt would quickly outshine the Harmonias in notoriety. Dew had been an enjoyer of Maisy the Mutt's older cartoons since he was a young child. However, much like myself and others, he found himself dissatisfied and disturbed with how the character had been sanitized and scrubbed clean for about 9 years since Ivan Hoth's death. He would take the character's history into his own hands, frequently writing and alluding to her past in his songs and popularizing the character as a symbol stolen from the at the time Monopoly stencil line. Stu would go on to release many more songs following his rise to fame, many of which poke fun at former cultural darling Dylan Rose. The musician would often go out of his way to hassle and poke at the nerves of the hippie vocalists, and by 1976, the two would be regular rivals with Harmonia making response albums. Stu notably did not do much with his newfound fame beyond platforming social issues he found important. On stage, she called for the independence of Puerto Rico and reparations to the countries of Korea and China, which nearly got him dragged off stage before fans overwhelmed authorities and he was allowed to continue playing. The music of the Ink Dwellers could be very haunting at times. Much like a certain cartoon dog, it had real actual bite to it and drew in those curious about the themes discussed in it. Death was one such constant theme in Dew's songs. He said in interviews that death was such a large, inextricable part of American culture, yet the country and its citizens preferred to make up the illusion of death being something that only occurred in factory farms or overseas in countries ravaged by our militaries. He found it to be a strange way to exist in a country built on death, and hoped that his music would force listeners to think more deeply about their state and the world history and how they dealt with death in their lives. Dew's music also fought against complacency he saw in previous generations, especially in the hippie movement. His music attacked the songs of Dylan Rose and claimed that no, America's not okay, things were quickly falling apart, and real change needed to happen now. The songs he wrote were meant to be a wake up call to anyone who thought they could sit out the brutality within and outside their own country and provoke them into taking action before it was too late. In the year of 1978, Keith Dew would be brutally murdered outside a venue as he and his team packed up and prepared to leave. The assailant would shoot Dew 12 times in the chest and then attempt to flee before being tackled to the ground by fans and band members. Dew was rushed to the hospital but would tragically die en route. The perpetrator, Will Bennings, was revealed to have been a cop, and although it would take many years for the truth to come to light, he would eventually confess to having been paid off by his friend Dylan Rose to commit the murder. It was a bleak end to a beautiful life. Dew's death would spark outrage across America as the movements he was part of redoubled their efforts. Dew would become a martyr for social change in the fight against authority, with the punk movement remaining strong right up to their eventual triumph over the state in 2019. To this day, Dew's grave is regularly visited and decorated with gifts from adoring fans. His importance to punk culture is indisputable, and the connections and communities he helped continue to thrive as a result of his compassionate nature. The Ink Dwellers members are all still active, and they meet up yearly to celebrate their history, Dew's life, and the success of their community in making the world a fairer place to be in. As discussed in the article on Ivan Hoth's final animation, following her creator's death, Maisy would spend the next 9 or so years gradually being rebranded and recreated by Stenciline and the new head of Liquid Laugh Studios. There would be no further cartoons with ghosts, death, nor morbid themes. Maisy would be made into a wholesome American sweetheart that engaged in tamer adventures and making her first outing in war propaganda animations such as Maisy and the War Effort, where she raised money for the troops overseas. It was a very stagnant and uninventive era in liquid laugh animation. The quality in animations would noticeably decrease in tandem with the lower time between releases. Maisy no longer carried her capacity for malice or mischief and was given a new backstory as a farm dog raised by a kindly old couple in the middle of nowhere. This depiction of Maisy has sadly remained present right up into recent days, with many people being unaware of her poorly archived roots. Okay. This would all change in the 1970s when Maisy was appropriated by the punk movement. There is much to discuss here. Many bands and punk subgroups would adopt and remake the cartoon dog as a counterculture symbol. Many people would later claim to be the first to come up with the idea. What we do know for sure is that what sparked the trend. In 1974, known activist and punk leader Tim West was arrested following his assault and murder against police officer Jim Gull. A protester had been demonstrating in support of the call for reparations to countries brutalized by America when he was assaulted by the police officer following a verbal altercation. Tim West, who witnessed this, would tackle Jim Gull to the ground and eventually beat Jim to death with a billiard ball he carried with him for good luck. Tim West would be imprisoned up until his freedom and pardon following the events of 2019. Why is this relevant to Maisy's cultural rebranding? As it so happened, these brutal events took place in the Maisy amusement park. Maisy would quickly be appropriated by punk culture, with them focusing on her past depictions of protecting the trained and different. Her morbid, sometimes violent, but mostly benevolent personality made her fit right in with a crowd that was bristling for social change, enacted through their own direct action. It might seem odd today if you know Maisie only by her stencil line reinvented self. The idea of Maisie the sweetheart, the cutest pup in America, being adopted as a symbol of social change much seem unreal and ironic. However, at the time, Maisie had only been rebranded for a short period, and the Maisie of before was very much a radical character archetype. There were embellishments for sure, with punk art of the character, often wearing clothing and accessories common within the subculture. Maisie's use in punk would be popularized and cemented by the Inkdweller band, who built an entire series of songs in their band identity off of Maisie's past. Maisie could be found in street art and in signs at protests and even riots. This was, as can be imagined, alarming to Stenciline and Liquid Laugh, who vehemently decried the use of their character for political action. They would make a big show of condemning the violence which occurred at the park, and did their best to crack down legally on anyone using the character's likeness. It was no use, however. Too many individuals engaged in this appropriation of their character to effectively squash it legally. Much like piracy, for every group the band the company caught red-handed gloved, several more would spring up in their place. Stenciline and their animation studio had long engaged in plundering stories and characters from public domain / other cultures, striking down anyone inspired by their own works. At this point in history, the company found themselves on the other end of this. And the people in charge decidedly did not appreciate it at all. Some historians have appropriately called this point in the company's history Winfield's Revenge. During that time, I felt the most alive I had in years. During all this, government officials would begin noticing the recurring appearance of Maisy the Mutt in counter-war protests. They would turn their eyes to a panic stencil line. Salem, could you remove that comma? And demand that something be done by the company lest they crack down with censorship and heavy fines. Stencil line, in conjunction with the United States government, would enact laws and create groups dedicated to the removal of copyrighted materials and enforcement of copyright through physical violence. Scary. Maisy was eventually brought back under her wholesome pro-America identity following the bloodshed which followed, her history scrubbed clean and obfuscated behind many layers of redesigned censorship. But it was too late. I was out. I was free from that false shell. However, the punks got the last laugh in the end, as both Stenciline and these many groups would crumble in 2020, following the events of 2019. So, and before I'm going to go on break real quick, but I want to talk about this. Hopefully by now it's clear, this isn't a story about angels and demons and crap. I find that to be a very boring explanation, a very white-centric. I've never explored other ideas outside Christianity type narrative thing. But I do like the idea that to free Maisy, there had to be a blood sacrifice. There had to be a spark of violence to free Maisy from this cage that's been built around her. And it's just interesting thinking about the cosmology of Pendog. Even though Maisy is not a demon, it's interesting to think about the fact that yes, it took cop blood being spilled to awaken her because it was someone protecting someone weaker than them who was being unjustly attacked by authority, which is what Maisy has always been about. So it happening on a large landmark dedicated to her kind of unlocked that condition for her to be allowed to free herself and take back control. I am going to go on a break. See, that's the sound of me needing to go on a break. So we're going to switch over back to the waiting room. And I'll be back in like 10-15 minutes, I want to say. Maybe sooner. But let me rest my voice, and then when I get back, we're going to be deep diving into the secrets.
Looks good, right? Perhaps they could serve as a lovely gift for children. Wives, even. Well, our scientists say no. No, they don't. Troy beauty products have been removed from all stores and establishments due to their large amounts of acidic properties. Among the harmful effects that these properties could have on your system are severe chemical burns on the skin, eye irritation, lung damage, intoxication if ingested, and potentially death. Doesn't sound so lovely anymore, hmm? If you keep one of these products in your household, discard it immediately. If you or someone you know has used these products, visit the nearest hospital as soon as possible. Please, consider spreading this information. This announcement will continue to air until poisoning cases involving the Troy Beauty brand cease. Remember, we care about your health. We care about you.
love in the stars above. What? No! Are you here? You shouldn't be.
Looks good, right? Perhaps they could serve a lovely gift for children. Why, Stephen? Well, our scientists say no. No, they don't. Troy beauty products have been removed from all stores and establishments due to their large amounts of acidic properties. Among the harmful effects that these properties could have on your system are severe chemical burns on the skin, eye irritation, lung damage, intoxication if ingested, and potentially death. Doesn't sound so lovely anymore, hmm? If you keep one of these products in your household, discard it immediately. If you or someone you know is using these products, visit the nearest hospital as soon as possible. Please, consider spreading this information. This announcement will continue to air until poisoning cases involving the Troy Beauty brand cease. Remember, we care about your health. We care about you.
Okay, we're back. Hello. Alrighty, so the way to get to the secrets this update is actually very straightforward. So, oh boy. Hi, Pear. So, actually, let me mod. Um, okay. Pear, can you talk again? I just want to make sure that. Okay, cool. Okay, so this is our first secret. Um, and there's a couple of things here. Minerva's computer guide.
How to Dissect a Body. Minerva Woeful's helpful computer guide for lost souls. Libraries are wonderful places. They have books and stories and even computers you can borrow and use and learn from whenever you'd like. Computers are where the internet lives. Here are some fun things to do on the computer. Press the tab button again and again, and it will let you jump through pictures and sounds and interesting things. If you press Control and A at the same time, your computer will show you all the words it can find, even the things you can't see on your own. Time to really put on your detective hat. Right-click on your mouse, then select Inspect. Now you can see all the insides and guts of the website. If you hit the Delete button, you can even make things disappear. Be patient, be persistent. Those tricky things may need some convincing before they are truly erased. They don't feel pain. They're only things. Don't be afraid to hit them over and over until they disappear for good. Try digging through what pages you may find. You never know what could be hiding behind something else. Remember to keep an eye out for anything unusual. If something seems out of place, perhaps you simply need to look at it from another perspective. I hope you will learn something new. I hope you find what you're looking for. Be careful.
So that's a very direct hint from Minerva. So, but first we got some interesting things here. We got a news clipping on Minerva, on the Maisy Land protest. We have a VHS killed my family. 29-year-old animation professor murdered by his own father after a night of drinking. Mother Pam Erickson says VHS was to blame. Louis Partardane of Liquid Laugh fame spotted leaving bar with unknown woman. Just something speculating about Lewis's love life. Here's Winnie drawing. There's Millie singing. And here This was an art film that Jane made. I still don't know what to think of it. Putting it here for archival purposes. Presumably Penny saying this. It's possible I will make it with these two hands. Whoa. So, this is some music for while we explore. We'll read this after. Uh-oh, I did something wrong. Here, let me... Okay. I'm sure you readers have heard this before. It was a small, quiet town where everyone knew everyone. The town had never experienced such a tragedy, such a horrific event that would shock the community to its core. Today, we're covering the recent case of the conversation killings. Podcast hosts Howie Darnell and C. Blackwelder made a name for themselves in the true crime world with their quick wits and amusing banner. Their podcast, Kill the Conversation, was highly successful, gaining lots of fans and opening plenty of opportunities for the pair, including sponsorships and live tours. Tragically, this would all be cut short during the podcast's third season. The exact events of that fateful night a few weeks ago are unknown, but there are no witnesses to the actual killings that took place, but police have tried their best to piece together what happened. Many fans of the show have theorized the order of events and who the culprit could be. And I have taken these facts and theories and tried my best to organize a timeline of murders. Oh boy, this is where we're really getting into the secret underbelly of something. Here's what happened. Kill the Conversation recorded their episodes on a local college campus. They record from 9 to 11 on Saturday evenings. On the night in question, the two set about their usual routine, adjusting microphones, reviewing scripts, the works. Howie and C would have been mostly alone on the campus that night. Little did they know there was someone waiting for them. Police have not commented on whether or not the two actually finished recording anything that evening, though fans speculate that in order for the timeline of events to make sense, they must have been killed during their recording session, meaning it's very likely they ended up recording their own deaths. I wonder if we'll ever get to hear that. It would be super spooky cool, right? The killer would have entered the recording booth, possibly through the drop ceiling, and attacked them. Forensics guessed that they were dragged into the hall as traces of blood were found outside the recording booth. Here's the really gross part. Somehow, the killer drained the two almost entirely of their blood. No one knows for sure how it was done. Remember, this is a college campus, not a butcher shop. So it's not like the killer could have strung the two up and let them bleed out into a bucket. Plus, from what I heard, there were barely any injuries on them. Aside from the being dead part. After the murder, the killer pulled the bodies up into the ceiling to hide them. They could have been there for weeks before being found, if it wasn't for a passerby who said he'd heard screaming from the building and saw the bodies after investigating. This is where fans start speculating. How had he seen the bodies if they had been hidden in the ceiling? Was this yet unnamed witness himself the killer, or had he been inches away from the killer, barely escaping with his own life? Police arrived on the scene around 10:45 p.m. After searching, they found the two corpses and took them to perform autopsies. As of now, the results of these tests have not been disclosed to the public, but the police say they definitely suspect foul play. Duh. They have a few suspects. Probably that witness will be on the list, but the investigation is still going. That's about all the real information we have on this case, so let's get into some fun theories. In a world of, I don't know if I want to do the voice. It already sounds bad enough. In a world of filth and degenerate murder, we must look back and learn from these idiots who got killed to conquer death. We are the Dead Dudes Disgust radio show. Hi guys, Ken here for the season 1 live finale of DDD show. Today we're going to be looking at a really fun case that happened recently that I'm excited to talk to you all about. I've yet to see anyone cover this one for some reason, so let's get into it. But first, I'd like to thank today's sponsor, Bite Brush Bites, the mintiest breath bites you'll ever bite into. Notice how it's called Dead Dudes Disgust, but he's the only one on the podcast. So, as all you crime heads might know, the host of popular true crime podcast Kill the Conversation got fucked up last month. And wow, sorry, I can't believe any other podcasts have covered this yet. Because what we have right here is a piece of 21st true crime century murder history. No reading through old police debriefs for this episode. Um, But back on track. Hosts of the KTC podcast, Harney Darnell and C. Blackwelder. About a month ago, they got fished out of the ceiling of their campus radio station with, well, all their blood was drained. It was crazy. No suspects so far, but I'm already guessing they had some psychosexual blood fetish or something, right? Probably an angry ex with BPD. I think it's BPD. I read about that once, but my friend said that the cops are baffled so far. Usually serial killers only go after people with no connections. Nobody will look for them. Not true. I still think it's weird. Faded really quickly out of the news cycle. Everyone's moved back onto campus now, so there's that. I'd ask my friend Nellie. She's a true crime fan too, and knows more about psychology. She took an online course. She works with BetterHelp, but I haven't heard from her lately. I'll try to get her on next episode. I'm definitely going to keep talking about this case, but yeah, the murders. The two were pulled out of the ceiling. The ceiling! Crazy, right? Hidden above the ceiling panels, all up in the pipes and wiring. The building had no cameras, so things are really spooky and mysterious right now. Really cool to be alive right now when all this history keeps happening. Makes me feel like a part of it. Makes me feel like we're a part of something inaudible. Something in true crime that gets brought up a lot is the idea of victims having no one that looks for them. That's bullshit. Um, Serial killers aren't as smart as they are made out to believe. They tend to just target people, and there's no such thing as a person who has no one who goes looking for them. That's bullshit made up by cops to avoid having to do their job. Um, let's see. We're keeping this open for later. It's a surprise tool. For some reason, oh, I was like, why isn't the music playing?
Goodbye, my love, my sweet. Oh, the world twists and turns anew. We try so hard to fix it up, but trying our hardest was not enough. We're sorry. Meadow Valley, we have failed you. We're sorry. Meadow Valley, we have failed you. We didn't mean to hurt you.
Okay. Hey, remember? We've seen this page before. So here's the party from last update. So it's finally at the party. Dear Miss E, my name is Ian White. Okay, actually. Dear Miss E, my name is Ian White. I represent a group dedicated to the retrieval of lost cultural artifacts, and through much research was made aware that you are in possession of a very rare piece of cartoon history, Hellish Swellish, starring Miss Hecate. I am wondering if you would be open to talk whenever it is most convenient. I look forward to your reply. You can reach me at sincerely Ian White. Dear Miss E, I am reaching out again after our phone call to ask if there is truly no way that we might be able to come to an agreement. The tape that your son owned was no doubt important to him, but think about how much good it could do for so many people if we were to make it available to the public. Again, I'm willing to put down a great deal of money should you wish to part with it. Sincerely, Ian White. Dear Miss E, I'd once again like to reiterate that I am aware of the circumstances surrounding your son and husband's death. However, I would just like to point out that giving up the tape might help you gain some closure on the events that took them from you. I know that I wouldn't be comfortable with something like that in my house. Sincerely, Ian White. Miss E, I am reaching out to you again. You may notice the new email address. Apologies, but my emails from the old one no longer seem to deliver to you. That could only happen if the receiver blocks you. Just thought I would try to reach out and ask again about the tape in your possession. Ian White. Miss E, you are one rude woman, but I am willing to double my previous offer should you give me the VHS tape. Ian. Give me the VHS. Miss E. Why aren't you answering?
What's being called the biggest tragedy in this town's
I
history.
am Betty from Bluecast Radio, reporting
From
live.
Channel 9 here, we are standing outside the scene of what will likely go down as one of the biggest tragedies in American
The
history.
absolute tragedy that occurred on.
Four is awaiting updates as first responders.
Still don't know just what killed these
21 dead.
Fire started well after the
People are still missing after
Brute force impact of inhuman scale.
The family declined to make a comment at this time.
Live in front of the house with at least 60 people reported dead.
We are awaiting further updates.
He is survived by his mother and two siblings that
A day of remembrance is to be held in.
I'll tell you, never in all my years of working this job have I seen something like this.
nobody in this town will be sleeping tonight.
Still haven't found all the bodies, and at this point, I don't think we ever will.
I don't understand how.
we would hang out on the weekends.
You know how parties get, and they thought everything was...
She was just about to graduate.
He was a really shy guy, but I was too. So
I have never seen a
became
body
really good
in the
friends.
condition that...
He invited me, but I got sick. And
Neighbors, they, thought that was all this
We
really
would
was.
go to the movies once a month as our little sibling ritual, and
pulled it together because all her siblings
We
are
used
still to take her here after class. We drove her and got the sitter to go to college.
You see a lot of things working this job, but nothing can prepare you
it was nice. We didn't talk much, but when we did, I thought we were friends.
barely get out of bed.
Brother's gone, and there's nothing I can do to bring him back.
People with cameras showed up at the funeral.
Just want people to stop. Stop asking me about
So many phone calls, emails, and visitors at my door asking about
Everyone wants to know what I know, and I don't know anything. Because I'm just some guy whose
non-stop
friend
questions
was
for the past several years.
brutally
So
murdered.
Just want my friend back.
it's like that night never ended.
I feel like I'm dying.
I just want people to stop. Stop
One
asking
of the
me about-
biggest true mysteries of the modern world.
Well, it's obvious what happened.
Right, look, okay, and I'm not disagreeing with you, all right? All I want to know is how. How do 109 people die in one night?
None of those people died. It's obviously something bigger.
Everyone's
up,
thinking
people.
it. I'm just the guy who's gonna say.
Today, boy, have we got a treat for you because we are exploring the abandoned building where the party.
I knew it was going to happen. I saw it in my horoscope.
Remember that only idiots get murdered.
In my book, which is now on sale, you can read the truth about the real massacre. And
Today's sponsor,
Demonic worship.
my cousin once said the government was doing something to the water. So maybe it's something with the water.
It was
you know,
live
the-
actors because the government is trying to...
They're in on it too. The parents, you know, they've been paid to cover
My
it up.
friends, let me tell you, I have friends in the government, and they say we need to start preparing, because what happened here is going to start happening everywhere, and you know it won't be long before they come for us!
Sorry, I had to walk out during that because this video makes me feel fucking ill every time I watch it. So I just walked out the room and closed the door while you all listen to it. It just makes me fucking sick. My friend Salem, my partner, Salem did. I don't know why. Well, Salem is my best friend, but they are also my partner and my lover, so. um. Shut up. Shut up. I had a slip of the tongue. God. Uh-oh. I don't want to download that. No, come on, open. Dylan Rose's final words. So, here's a vamp. The world's cutest killer, beloved mascot of the show, the vamp was born from an inside joke between Howie and C about keeping a knife next to your bed in case a vampire attacked you. In the very first podcast recording, The Case of Blank, the vamp may be adorable, but don't let it get too close to you, or you'll be the next death we cover on the pod. Shop the vamp merch. Hey Howie, don't you know that knives don't work on fucking vampires? You kill a vampire with a stake. It's like one of the most notable things about a vampire. Is that knives and bullets don't work on it, dipshit. So, the vamp is such a iconic little thing, isn't it? Like,
Hey guys! Bodies podcast here. Today we are going to be discussing the mysterious death of radio host Ken Underwood.
Don't worry, we're not going to listen to that with the volume on. I actually, in the future, we might need to rework the volume on that. It's way too loud. So, hey guys, the search for radio host Ken Underwood has finally concluded. I'm very excited to tell you the juicy details along with the insider info relayed to me by a friend in the force. Reported missing on the last month after his radio show Dudes Disgust abruptly ended following a presumed break-in. Investigators were stumped by the faint trail leading from the station room to an exit of the building before abruptly ending halfway through the front yard. Investigators reported their confusion at the nature of the blood trail, stating that the streaks were not only indicated the individual being dragged out of the building at intense speeds, but that the streaks had been hastily wiped at, as if with a cleaning mop, leaving only the shallowest scrapes of blood markings on the tile floors. Now, I'm not supposed to say anything, but according to my friend, traces of saliva were found in the stains, so that's wild, right? Anyway, there was a massive manhunt for this guy. People combing the surrounding area, house by house, acre by muddy acre. Eventually, they called it off. With all the forest around people can disappear in them really easily, and nature works quick. Doesn't leave a lot of a person left, so people just let it go. Might seem cruel to you, but listen, people around here go missing in the woods all the time. They get drunk or lose their marbles or go hunting, and then they just disappear. It's a sad fact of life, but that's how it is. Last night, they found his body hanging up in one of the radio towers. Had to been placed overnight. They found it after a kid was bird watching and saw the thing just suspended between the metal bars. Still haven't found the perpetrator, but from what my friend said, the look on this guy's face was... It looks like he had seen something awful. His internal organs showed damage adjacent without someone traveling at unsurvivable speeds. Was he dragged by a car? Motorcycle? His exterior body didn't show any visible damage. Probably going to be one of the next big mysteries of the decade. I'm excited to see how the story develops. See you all next week with the next big murder. Stay spooky! Ghostly gossip, true crime for the girlies. Ugh. True crime fam turned serial killer. Theory. Thread. In the past month or so, lots of prominent creators in the true crime industry have been going missing or turning up dead. It was all started with Blackwelder and Darnell, hosts of the Kill the Conversation podcast. They were found dead after recording an unaired episode for their podcast. Since then, more and more podcasters, bloggers, radio hosts, and YouTube creators have been going missing, only to be found killed in almost inconceivable ways. Blood drains, internal organ damage, but barely any injuries visible from the outside, not even defensive wounds. My theory? Some crazed true crime fan must have gone off the deep end. Think about it. Like, someone obsessed with true crime goes crazy and starts wanting to be one of the killers we talk about. I've seen a lot of people running with this idea, and I think it makes sense. Bye, Cookie. I even called the local police to tell them about it. In order to get to the bottom of this crazy mystery, let's start at the beginning. Kill the Conversation was a podcast covering all sorts of wild murder cases, some solved and some unsolved. C. Blackwelder and Hallie Darnell were the creators and hosts of the podcast. A really funny duo, those two. I used to listen to them all the time. R.I.P. dudes. That podcast really was something special. Anyways, bro got killed before he finished the thread. Skull emoji. So this video, there isn't a lot to this video. I mean, there's a lot of, what I mean. But what I want to show you of this video is the thumbnail. No. No, come on. Darn. Well, you probably saw clips of it. It's not good. It's drop dead glamour. So, here we are. Oh, thanks, Salem. Just a moment, and I will show you all what the thumbnail was. I'm kind of surprised that this stream has been going so well. Usually there'd be a crash by now. If you all know my history of streaming. Here we go. Unsolved conversation killings, drop dead glamour. There, I knocked on plastic. Does that count? So this is the thumbnail with photos of the crime scene. These people are fucking scum. There's thousands of channels like this in real life, and every single one of them is fucking scum to me. So the password. Well, the password is 1980. This image you got earlier was actually important. So, we are at a party. Um, so, while we wait for the guests to arrive, how have you all been enjoying the update so far compared to the last one? This one's definitely more linear, but I feel like we're allowed to include more in it because of that, because we know you won't get lost. I'm glad. Okay. So, I need a place to put this down so I can just forget about it. I need a place to put it here so I can forget what I saw that night. Just to tell my story to nothing and let it fade away to nothing so I can move on, deluded that the world remains natural and unblemished by horrors. When I invited Penny to stay at my place during her visit for the podcast, my immediate thoughts were that this would be a good opportunity for her to get away from it all for a while. She's been through so much in her life, so much that no person should have to go through in one lifetime. I thought that getting out of the city and out of the house would be good for her health. Her partner Emma agreed with me, and although we butted heads in the past, we both care about Penny, even when she doesn't care about herself. And the last year or two has formed an uneasy friendship between us. We coordinated a time and a place, and soon enough Penny was on her way to my hometown. I was right. The trip was good for her at first. During the days of hiking and sitting out by the lake, talking about life and the small town, her face was bright and full of life. It was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She looked like a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Her laugh was so carefree that it made me laugh along with her despite not being much of a person for laughing. Things were good. I taught her about the trails and helped her prepare to hike them, warning her about the dangers and making sure she was prepared. Da da da. Seen one too many people go hiking in these woods and then be chewed out by them. I also hope that by giving her all this information, I might get Penny into a new hobby. I thought and still think having something to focus on other than the website would be good for her. The only thing I really had to give her a talk about was ticks, thankfully she understood. Some people do not consider ticks enough when hiking or traveling anywhere with long plants in general. When you live out here among the forests and fields, you have it hammered into your head, and it becomes second nature to consider the little pest. Wear long pants, wear long sleeve shirts, check yourself after hiking or going out into the long grass. The visitors we get hardly ever consider this. They barrel into the forest and fields, and then scream in panic when they find unwelcome guests clinging to the. Anyways, what I want to say is that for a few days I finally saw old Penny again. The one who seemed so carefree with it all despite everything, she was happy. They all changed the night those two idiots pulled her into their podcast and cornered her about Ian. I had to drive out and pick her up, retrieving her from across town where she fled after storming out of the building. We went back to my place and I tried my best to calm her down. We talked for a good long while. I wasn't going to confront them that night. I promise I wasn't. It was too late at night. I was planning on going up to bash their heads together the next day, but she forgot her binder. I could have gone next day to get that too, but I knew Penny would not be able to sleep through the night without it, so deciding I'd get my punches in early, I marched out of the house, hopped into the car, and drove down to the campus. The night was unusually muggy and sweltering for this time of year. Nights normally still chilly and biting. It was as if an awful blanket of moistness lay over the whole town, one that pummeled down on every surface and made me feel a little lightheaded. There aren't many people on the roads at night. Most people don't consider cars, so that's a given, yet I couldn't help but notice just how empty the campus was. Usually there were a few stragglers, people coming home from night classes or studying late in the library. Save for a single teacher I caught on the way out, I saw not a soul as I wandered into the campus. The place brought back fond memories. I graduated from this place once upon a time. I had not set foot on campus in years. I still remembered the walls and grounds as a place of comfort. But tonight they fell off, like I was an uninvited guest. Walking briskly into the radio station, I swung open the door and stormed inside, fully prepared to start yelling and grabbing the podcaster Howie by the throat. Instead, I found no one. The podcast was set to record from 9 till 11. Had they canceled, I'd have thought they'd be prepared to cover a different topic and try to circle back to Ian at a later date, but the lights of the radio room were still on, and in the small recording room I saw an ugly backpack covered in buttons, the one Penny described to me, so I had to assume Howie was at least still here. I grabbed Penny's binder and began stalking my way through the halls, thinking about what I was going to do to this guy when I found him. I need to emphasize that I'm not someone who is easily scared. I've seen a lot of things in my life, and even from childhood, I didn't react much to the horror movies my mom would have on in the background noise while she took care of the house. I really do not startle easily, and it has been a point of pride at times. But right now, as I walk through the halls of the small building, a building with only 2 floors, I began to feel uneasy. I can't place what sparked it, that feeling that something wasn't right. Maybe it was that the lights were all on in every room where they should have been turned off by the last person out. Or maybe it was that the inside of the building also carried that same unnatural heat from outside. No, the air carried that same unearthly scent of forest, the type of summer heat that brought with it flies and sweat and moist, warm mulch on the forest floor. Every window was beaded with the familiar dots of condensation. Even the tables, doors, parts of the floor, they all hosted that awful wetness. In the heat, every step I took seemed to stretch on. It was as if the water in the air, the humidity itself, was catching against my clothing and dragging against me. I felt very tired. I reasoned that the exhaustion from the night's events was getting to me, that I had underestimated just how winded I had been from all the comforting, anger, and crying. When I saw the hint of what I presumed to be Howie's arm from around the corner at the end of the hall, the sleepy, heat-induced lethargy quickly slipped away. Snapped awake by renewed anger, I stormed to the end, shouting his name and feeling my aggression increasing as the arm slipped all the way out of sight. Even now, thinking it over, turning it over, staying awake several restless nights, thinking about what I made this post to write about, I still struggle to describe what I saw. The first thing I saw was Howie with his back to me, one arm raised in the air and the other limp at his side, like a cut loose marionette. He was wearing an ugly blue sweater, and in my tired mind's first reading of the situation appeared to be tiptoeing. His feet raised and his toes touched all the way to the ground, balancing like a ballerina in a slightly swaying position. It is amazing the mind's ability to overlook and fail to process information. I've read stories of people crashing cars because they don't visualize or recognize sides, blockades, even entire walls in front of them. People putting their hands on activated electric stoves and not reacting until minutes after so their skin has started to sear away. The point is, my first reading of the sight before me was that Howie was doing some strange dances in the hallway at night. Maybe he was drunk. Maybe he was acting weird to fuck with me. But then the slightest movement behind him caused me to reassess the situation. It looked like Howie was carrying a balloon. Like some weird balloon. It was a puffy-faced vampire, the mascot of the show, I think. It swayed lightly against the windless air of the building. It was an ugly thing, with the eyes spaced so far apart it appeared frog-like. And a mouth so low on its face you could barely notice it at first. Of course, my first thought was, why would Howie be doing this? Why is he carrying around a balloon at night in the radio building? Some deep primal fear froze me in place. I did not step forward, my body resisting my urge to grab his shoulder and yell at him. I don't understand it. I didn't understand it. From my perspective, there was nothing to be afraid of. It was as I stood there, warily shifting back and forth, that I saw the way the light hit the surface of the balloon. I took a step back, and another, and then another. Have you seen a tick before? I've had to live with them my entire life. Just a part of growing up in the area. Everyone around here is familiar with them. Parents send their kids to school with long pants knowing they'll take the shortcut through the tall grass fields. People are always checking themselves for whenever they get back in from a day out. I have memories of tumbling through the forest as a kid with my pet dog at my side, and then returning home tired and exhausted only for my parents to sternly take me aside and search me up and down for the little bastards. I've seen all sorts of ticks. I've seen them on humans, on deer carcasses, crawling slowly up the side of my couch. They have an awful little abdomen like a crushed grape or raisin. Many ticks have an oily black color to their body, the clear brown exterior blending with the rich red blood inside. Other ticks have a white exterior that gives them a repulsive milky white quality. When engorged like a bubble of glue or a pimple, which is not often mentioned about the bloodsucker, is the texture. For something so much like a balloon, the surface of the tick is oily. Light doesn't hit against the surface the way something inflated with liquid should be. The way the light hit the thing that Hallie was carrying, no, the way the light hit the thing that I now realized was carrying Hallie, filled me with sickness and fear. As I backed up, my mind trying to overcome the impossibility of what I was seeing, the creature drifted forward, dropping Howie's body to the ground. The moment I saw Howie's face, I knew he was dead. In the brief moments before I turned and ran, I saw that his skin had been pulled inwards and taut against his body, as if someone had sucked the air out of an airtight bag. His eyes had collapsed inward, his body fluids were now digesting in the awful swollen head of the thing that had murdered him. As I ran through the hallway, I felt my motions drag. Like I was trying to run in a bad dream. The vamp, drifted after me. And lazily. I need to write this down because what happened next bothers me more than anything before. I need to write it down, stare at the words, and laugh at them, and know that what happened was a bad dream. As I ran down ever-extending hallways, I felt the air grow somehow even more humid. The walls dripped with wetness, and from the speakers littered around the building emitted music. It was slow and jaunty, filled with low notes and the occasional whistle. As I tripped over myself against lickening floors, I realized that it was the kind of music one would find in a scare house or an old crappy horror movie. In this context, it made me feel faint. I had little time to think about this as the distended head of the creature pushed down the stairwell, filling the room like a Thanksgiving Day balloon. The lights dimmed in and out in quick succession and nauseating me as I continued to stumble away, my lungs clogged with that awful choking humidity. The vamp slowly drifted after, every panic step I made mocked by its sluggish by inevitable presence. I'm not sure when or why I stumbled into the radio room. My mind was overcome with heat sickness and I wasn't thinking straight. The music took on a heavy warped tone, like the intercoms themselves were melting from the heat. I collapsed from the shelf at the far end of the room, the swivel chair toppling as I fell past it. With sweaty fatigue and half-conscious eyes, I watched the thing force itself into the radio room, the headphones adorning its head cutting into the bloated tick-like skin. All I could think of was the crumpled body of Howie, of how I was going to undergo the same thing, about Penny alone at my home, as it hovered over me, mouth salivating, and black eyes, each the size of a bowling ball, looking me over with predatory hunger. I could not help but notice how it moves, each movement flickering after the other, like a badly timed cartoon. Then suddenly the atmosphere shifted. The temperature dropped, music stopped, and the thing backed up. I watched it regard me once more with those awful black eyes. Then it was gone. I don't know when the police arrived, or who called them. Needless to say, they were as unhelpful as you can imagine, and that was fine. I didn't have any questions that could help. I didn't have any answers that could help. I just said I had heard a commotion from the building, that I hadn't seen the assailant, but I had seen the bodies, and stumbled my way through the building before passing out from shock. I cannot stress how unhelpful and how stupid the police were, because they let me go right then and there. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. The police are still in the process of being federally defunded and demolished. I gave Penny back her binder, put her on the first train home, and gave the same story I gave to the cops to Emma, telling her not to tell Penny. I don't want her to worry about me. She's been through enough. The more I write, the more certain I become that what I experienced was real. I really want to forget, but I can't. I also know I can't say anything to anyone because it might make things worse. They might lock me up. But what scares me the most about that night is, well, those last moments with the creature. It backed off. It didn't give up or grow bored or anything like that. It had sensed something and backed off. I am so scared by what that means for me. Vincent.
Gals, let's. Hey, guys and gals, let's sing along with me and the Harmonias. Remember, peace and love and stars above. What? No! Are you here? You shouldn't be.
A heartwarming episode in which Harmonia and her friends finally get to see what they've always wanted to see. Remember, Hecate, remember the last time we crossed paths? When you had your Dylan murder my Keith? If you lay a finger on Penny's sweet head of hair, I will not let you free this time. Remember what I showed you. Pear animated all of that. By the way, Pear Lad, my best friend, my bestie, my bestie, my bestie in the whole world. Kill the Conversation podcast. I am so drained, so deeply tired. Me, right now. The events of the past few months have left me extremely fatigued, both between the awful sponsorship fiasco and the events I will soon recount. It is so much. I thought that after moving out of my shithead dad's house, things would finally turn around, and in many ways, they have. I do not want to sound ungrateful. I am living with the woman I love, and have begun to lose the urge to jump and startle at the smallest of noises. But it isn't that simple, is it? Because life is not some 3-act play that ends with me poking my dad with a wooden sword and running off while the audience claps pathetic trumpet cries. No, no, things have continued to happen. Things continue to haunt me in the form of Ian's party and our last interaction. I continue to meet new people that take advantage of me just like he did, who expect things of me like Jane, who simply do not understand what I am feeling. Therapy can only do so much to ease the crushing woes of guilt. How to start about what happens? I suppose it doesn't matter. The only person reading this is me. It is one of the few sources of respite I have right now to list out those things happening to me and read them back in a desperate attempt to what? To gain clarity? To read between the sequences of events and find some hidden meaning behind all the misery, mistreatment, and maliciousness? No, I don't think so. It helps pretend, though. So I will continue to pretend that things are okay because I do not want anyone who has put so much effort into me to be disappointed by another breakdown. So I live here now. This website is my only friend, the place where I pour my identity in hopes of getting just a bit of relief. Oh, by the way, the way to get into this password, when Nerva says, Penny has a pattern. Her ever-changing personal permutations share a code with whomever she has the most propinquity. So that's saying that, well, Penny has a very close connection with Maisy, this update, so the password is the password to Maisy's hidden page too. It all started when I, preparing for this update, began researching lesser-known cartoon characters not already listed on our site. I was enthused to be discussing Maisy and the works of R.W. Winfield, but felt like I wanted something new. Something that rounded up the update so heavily centered on music and melody. It did not take very long to see. I was already on the trail of Maisy's cultural rebranding and subsequent appropriation to punk culture. It was on this trail that I was recommended The Ink Dwellers by RWG, and through researching them, I would find out about their rivalry with Dylan Rose and the Harmonias. When I saw the mascot, my heart sunk. It was like something sour curled up inside me, making its home in my stomach. Maybe I'm the wrong person for this job because the moment I saw the art, my immediate thought was that must be another character inspired by our local cartoon pest, Miss Hecate. I had hoped, following the Helena Troy article, I had seen the last of her. Not that I had been making an active effort to research and follow the trail any longer. I got plenty of leads, gifts of old merchandise in the mail, but I have chosen to ignore them all. Am I crazy? Hope not. Maybe I am letting myself be tricked by pre-existing bias, but it felt too obvious. Like the character had been waiting for me to find it, to make the connection. I think I knew in my heart that I would continue following the lead. Some guilty part of me insisted that it was my job to finish the work I had started with Ian. I had convinced myself that as long as that wasn't directly related to Hecate, the character wasn't just a case of possible inspiration, I would be fine, that I could handle it, and that all the grief that came with it. I was right for a while at least. Research was going well, leads were connecting, and soon I had a comprehensive biography on Harmonia's history and the band's eventual downfall. I had finished the article, submitted it for Benson's approval, and well, that is when Vincent had told me he had received an email trying to get in touch with me from a local podcast looking to discuss strange deaths and phenomena related to cartoons and entertainment. After being handed a phone number and calling through to them, I was flattered to find they were longtime readers of my articles. They wanted my expertise. They wanted me to be a guest on their show, and when I brought up Harmonia and the Graveyard Murders, they enthusiastically indicated they'd be thrilled to discuss them with me on the air. Now, the area was a good while away, so far away that there would be no way I'd be there and back in a single day. Vincent had volunteered to house me during my stay, invited me to take it as an extended vacation and to come explore the local area. Emma had agreed to my surprise, insisting that I needed to get out of the house more and that it might be good for me. I don't remember asking for her advice. Sorry, I try not to be so snippy. It isn't fair to her, she's just concerned. But I hate how fragile and delicately I am treated here. Every time my friends interact with me, I can sense that sickening pity. The fear that if they say or do something wrong, I'll explode or have another breakdown. I'm fine. I am fine. Regardless, I took the invitation. Vincent and I had met up before in the past. The visits to the Winfield Library, several museums. Point is that I was not particularly nervous about visiting him. I am glad, at least, that I was correct in that judgment. The following Monday I hopped off the Ruby Red Line, and for 10 hours I dozed in and out of consciousness. I'd been living in the city and residential areas my entire life, never straying far from its concrete forests and cable-filled skies. So when I, for the upteenth time, opened my eyes, I was startled by the sea of green pines that whirled past outside the train windows. I pressed my face against the windows, wonderstruck by the shift in location. A much welcome change compared against my visits to the Mass Foundation. That place had been oppressive and but cold, bitingly cold. As I stepped out of the train luggage in tow, I was overwhelmed with that perfect spring warmth. Not sweltering hot, just warm, with a windy air that overtook me and made me grin like an idiot. It is hard to describe, but the feeling of spring truly fluttered through me in that moment, along with an unease, a little worm in my apple of goodness. Squashing down the feeling and trying to take in the nice cool breeze, I departed the station where I found Vincent waiting for me outside. He had smiled and asked how I had been. It had been a while since we met in person. Last time we were all together, it must have been the art museum. I gave him a hug, both for him and for myself. Vincent, who is one of the few people, Jesus Christ, why did I write so much? Oh my god. Okay. Vincent, who is one of the few people I know that owns a car, drove me to his house, deeper in the surrounding community. There were houses of all makes and sizes, built from all sorts of materials, unlike the uniform grayness I was familiar with. Along the way, Vincent would point out several places like the library, the small college, and the local restaurants, all of which sat along the same street. All in all, I would say that the town couldn't have been more than a couple miles wide in any direction. I am sure there is more that I did not see, but to learn that there was a private college here was so peculiar to me. The aforementioned college was where I would be meeting with the podcast host, Howie and C. I was not familiar with the podcast, however, I had never been someone that listened to podcasts anyways. According to Vincent, it was actually quite popular, being sponsored by several companies, even allowed to record their episodes using the local college radio building. The idea of a college sponsoring a podcast dedicated to true crime tickled me a little. I wouldn't have thought an academic institution would be so willing to assist in such a program. Regardless, I was pretty excited, both to hopefully bring in more attention to the website and to just talk to people who shared the same enthusiasm I had about historical figures. That excitement feels better to me now, all things considered. My voice is going to be so sore after tonight, but whatever. I got 3 months of rest since I last did this. And the days before the meeting, Vincent would show me more around the area, taking me around the town and even showing off the many hiking trails that led into the forest. It was amazing to be among all that green, trees stretching into the clear sky above. The ground was soft with dirt and mulch, and the scent of trees was so overwhelming I nearly passed out. I was happy though. I saw birds and insects I'd never seen, watching them crawl along the bark surfaces of their homes. Vincent would insist upon me wearing long pants, however, something I was uncertain about because we would be doing a lot of walking and physical activity. But when he explained to me about the ticks and other things you could pick up walking through the forest, I immediately slid into the old pair of cargo shorts he lent me. It wasn't even the ticks you had to watch out for, I realized. There were so many places and plants and surfaces in the forest that loved nothing more than to scratch up against your legs or deposit burrs. I picked up several when I briefly tumbled off the trail. One of On one of our hikes, we came upon a small clearing where the trees broke apart slightly and the leaves parted just enough to allow sun rays through. As I watched the light stream softly down the forest floor, I thought to myself that this was just what I needed. No cartoons, no online drama, no overwhelming noises and parties of people hassling me. For those brief days, I was away from it all, with time to forget about Ian, to forget about Jane, to have just a little bit of peace. On the day I was set to meet the podcasters, whose next show I learned was called Coil the Conversation, I woke up in a daze from the night before. Vincent and I had stayed up late talking about something or other. I panically checked the time, only to feel my shoulders untensed as I realized I had hours until the meeting. Regardless, I gathered my notes together, memorizing them throughout the day and making sure I looked the best I could. When Vincent finally dropped me off at the college entrance, I was jittery with excitement. However, the week of relaxation had put me in a state of ease, so when I saw the two podcasters arriving to greet me, I greeted them with a cheer and enthusiasm that was shocked even myself. Two had greeted me back, laughing and shaking my hand and showing me around the college. In learning about the two, Howie professed himself to be a goth punk, which I found to be funny. I wouldn't have known it from first glance. He wore an expensive blue sweater and khaki pants, his backpack decorated with various pins and stickers that I assumed to be from Hot Topic. Given the location, I assumed he'd had them mailed in. Fucking poser. I asked him if he knew anything about the Ink Dwellers, or Keith Dew, and he froze up a little. He admitted that he didn't really like punk or goth music. He found it a bit obnoxious. He's a fucking poser. I hate him so much. I need him dead. I thought to myself that RWG would probably hate this guy, but who am I to judge? C, on the other hand, was very unassuming, meekly staying in the background of our conversations, only chipping in occasionally. No, you guys see, if I'm just a big fan of punk and goth, but I don't like the music or the aesthetics or the people or culture. And if you say I have to at least like one of these things to be goth or punk, then you're just being a gatekeeper, guys. You're just being a gatekeeper. And you're actually being really oppressive to me with my $5,000 Hot Topic merch. I can't stand people like that. They love twisting language of, I don't know, to be like, if you say I actually have to be a punk to be a punk, then you are oppressing me. And you suck. Ugh. Like, that's the thing. You don't even have to dress like a punk or a goth to be goth or punk. You just have to like the music. You have to listen to goth or punk music. That's literally the only requirements. The most bare bone requirements. And then you have people who don't even want to do that. And they're like, but if you don't call me goth or punk, then you are being mean to me. But I'm getting sidetracked. Eventually, we made it to the radio broadcast building. As they talked about the building in their podcasts, listing names of killers and victims and cases that I had no knowledge of and no intention of looking up, I tried to keep up by talking about the Harmonias and their history. Oddly, the two of them showed muted interest in what I was saying, not the curiosity they expressed when we talked over the phone. I just assumed that they were saving their energy for the actual recording, and I, with my binder in hand, sat down in the recording room, padded walls insulating any sound from the outside. As I waited for things to be set up, I absent-mindedly looked closer at the stickers on Howie's backpack. Many of them were of a cute little vampire wearing headphones. Noticing that I was looking at it, Howie smiled and proudly told me that the character was a mascot for their podcast. He showed me the podcast cover art for each season along with merchandise. It was cute, but something about the way its eyes spread apart on its balloon-like head unsettled me. True crime culture is something I am only vaguely familiar with. God, I wish that was me. I am not sheltered or clueless, don't get that impression, but I've only ever known it from seeing books in the bargain bins of bookstores or seeing a new podcast pop up each week. I had no idea there was an entire industry built off of it. But as I watched Howie scroll through rows and rows of merchandise, promotional art, fan art, as I listened to him brag about how he had been sponsored by everyone from couch companies to booksellers to having officers from the cases they covered speak on the air, that's fucked up. I felt something twist in my gut, that worm again, that feeling that I tried very hard to push down and ignore. I did not know what the feeling was at the time, but now I think I do. I had never been on podcast before, so clutching my binder to my chest like a crucifix, I did my best not to sound nervous as the recording began. I introduced myself. I listened to the host speak, trying not to get distracted, looking around the room as I waited them to introduce me. It was at that point that things went wrong. Things went really wrong. I had to stifle a shock sound which rose from my throat as Howie stated that the topic of this episode would be the 2023 Halloween massacre. That he had brought on a friend of his, a friend of Ian White, host of the party. My entire body froze up, the safe little feeling I had cultivated during my visit crumbling around me. The glee in Howie's voice, it made me want to throw up. The casualness of which they had misled me made me want to pass out. I listened to the two banter back and forth for a minute, making jokes about the event, hyping me up, and introducing their sponsors. The two turned to me asking me to introduce myself, and if I could tell them about Ian, about the last time I had seen him, if I had any insight about what happened that night. In their eyes was a sick glee I had only ever seen in Ian's eyes when he talked about a cartoon he was struggling to find. That perverted curiosity. I ran. I barged out of the room, grabbing my coat on the way out, and sprinting through the radio room, ignoring the two's calls for me to come back, and picking up the pace as I saw them briefly run after me in pursuit. I just ran and ran and ran, not caring where I was going as long as it was somewhere far away. Thinking back on it now, I'm sure that if I hadn't run into a stray dog, tripping over it and screaming as I tumbled to the floor, I'm sure I would have charged my way into the forest. In my dreams, I still imagine what might have happened, and I see it so clearly, tearing through the limbs and leaves, falling and crashing into the thickets and undergrowth, trying to find the deepest, darkest point of the woods so I could bury myself where no one might find me. Instead, I curled up on the nearest bench, sobbing and zoned out to the concerned bystanders nervously walking by me. Eventually, one of them approached me and tried to calm me down. They lent me their phone, and after shakily slamming my phones across the interface, I called Vincent. Vincent picked me up, drove me home, and after that I'd calmed down a bit, tried walking me through what happened. As we talked through it, I realized I had forgotten my binder at the radio station. Vincent had stood, saying he would be going to the station to pick it up, and that he would be back. But when we met eyes, I knew that he intended to do more than just pick up my belongings. I need to clarify now that Vincent is big. He is 6'4", and when he walked into a room, people had a tendency to startle or trip over themselves from shock. One time, while hanging out, we had been heckled by some asshole, and all Vincent had to do was shift his weight slightly, lazily moving his head to better look at the guy, and that had been enough to make the heckler scamper off. So needless to say, I spent the night alone, worrying that Vincent would take matters into his own hands, and that if he was arrested in the process, it would be my fault. I sat there, mind turning over how I could let this happen to myself, thinking about how life was just one drawn-out nightmare of new horrors, each increasing into velocity until they tore you apart. The sounds of the surrounding town funneled out, the ambience of my crying corner, a gentle hum of the ceiling, light and creaking floors. It was here that I felt something. I cannot describe what, but I felt something. Vincent returned the next morning, waking me up and explaining that there had been an accident, that I needed to get back home, and that he would catch up with me when he could. I do not want to think about what happened. I found out eventually. I do not want to think about it at all. Regardless, I got on the Ruby Red Line and went back home. I have not told Emma about what happened, but I'm sure Vincent filled her in. I wish I'd done more research into this stupid podcast before I agreed to be on it. I thought Vincent had vetted it for me beforehand, but I guess he must have assumed I'd look into it myself. Looking at their website now, there's so many red flags all over it. Shitty, overpriced, and mass-produced merch with the faces and names of real killers. A fan cult people can pay to join and have them talk about their favorite crimes. I couldn't help myself from looking through their posts, and what I guessed was some form of self-torture, and apparently they had already covered Dylan Rose. It was just a blog post instead of a podcast episode. The amount of disconnect from what you're talking about you need to have to include uncensored crime scene photos in your monetized blog. I can't wrap my head around what would drive anyone to do this. We'll get back to these. I have been in a state of fatigue lately. I lift my arms and pull myself out of bed, but immediately collapse back down to sleep. I can't stop thinking about how I was tricked, how I was misled, and how the people who did so seemed so eager to lie to me, if it meant getting the details on an absolute tragedy. This industry, this ocean of voice clips, fear-mongering book deals, and cop testimony is so evil, I think. It's a deeply evil thing, but it's also incredibly stupid. They remind me so much of Ian, barging into people's lives, unearthing their grief, their agony, forcing them back into the past instead of leaving them alone, dying, lying to me. Sorry, it's so difficult. I want to be happy. I don't want to be sad all the time. It's just difficult to be happy lately. Howdy, howdy. Need your fix of true crime goodness? Help yourself to some of our true crime goodies. Be a conversation starter instead of a conversation killer with our fun vamp merch. Howdy, howdy. This is Howie typing to you all. This time and today, we are going to be discussing music star Dylan Rose. Really excited to be talking about this because it's one of my favorite cases in true crime history. So I want to get right into this, but here's some important background. Dylan Rose was a popular hippie musician during the 70s. For a good while, he was really popular. Sorry. A good while, he was very popular and well received by the public. But in the late 70s, things would come crashing down after the death of Dylan's music rival, Keith Dow. Keith was a punk musician that had previously feuded with Rose. Rose would attempt to use this sudden upheaval to revive the hippie and take back culture. However, this is where things get interesting because at this point, the band became cursed. Now, you might ask me, what I mean by that? Cursed? What do you mean, Hallie? You all know I'm a big believer of the paranormal. You might claim I'm biased, but trust me. Following the death of his rival, things would quickly deteriorate. Rose would try and fail to perform at the largest concert he'd had in years, only for bad weather or drive away crowds. After this, the band would suffer from heavy financial losses, several members being forced to move out of their expensive condos, and Rose specifically being pressured to give up his small mansion. Eat shit, dude. Even crazier, this mansion would later be one of the few destroyed when a freak sinkhole caused the foundation to collapse and fall into the earth. The band would move into a small townhouse in the city, and the misfortunes go further. Several important deals, investors, and planned venues would suddenly cancel. One attempt at a live performance was interrupted when an earthquake struck and swallowed the venue whole. That's a whole second location swallowed by the earth. Maisy is pissed off. The band would also be frequently heckled by protesters wherever they went, which did not help the issue of Dylan Rose's rapidly declining physical and mental health. At one concert hosted at their favorite town hall, an unknown vandal would drop maggots from the rafters, showering the audience with the insects and forcing a sanitation team to close down the venue for months. Maisy is Maisy is vengeful. She is not fair at all. Like, you know that Breaking Bad meme where, Gus is like, I will kill you, I will kill your infant child, I'll kill everyone you care about. That's Maisy with people. Like, do not get the impression that Maisy is fair in any way. If you are associated with someone on her shit list, you're fucked. Even if you have nothing to do with it. Where was I? Now guess what? Things get stranger, ghostly, supernatural stranger. Rose would often be spied staring at nothing or ranting and raving that his deceased rival was out to get him, and that he and his band had been unfairly targeted in a freak accident. In 1979, two band members would be killed in succession. The first was a robbery turned murder. The second was a complete nightmare in which the second member was maimed and killed by a stray dog. Rose's two remaining band members would quit, officially dissolving the band. And as we learn, it's too late. There's no turning back now. And finally, on October 31st of 1980, Dylan Rose, musician, singer, hippie, would be found murdered in the graveyard where Dylan Rose was buried. He had been strangled and his hands had been chopped off. His two surviving band members would later be found in separate graveyards buried alive. To this day, the perpetrators have not been found, but theories range from the band running afoul of loan sharks to being the ghost of Keith Dow taking revenge. Maybe it was. Thanks for reading this week's article. Remember, fan cult members can vote on future podcast episode topics, so if you want to see me and C cover this on the air, join our cult. Plus, members get new episodes a day early. Memberships start at only $10 a month. Bye-bye. Watch your back, and remember to always keep a knife next to your bed. Catch the Kill the Conversation podcast red-handed anywhere you listen. Podcast red-handed anywhere you listen to the podcasts. New episodes drop every Tuesday / Monday for fan cult members. The Kill the Conversation merch store is open. Shop our exclusive Vamp merch now before it's gone. Recent popular self-help YouTuber torn to ribbons by Blue Killer. Popular Home Run Harriet, the baseball champ who slaughtered her own team. Now, there's something I forgot. Or something I overlooked because... But... Cattle Slaughter by Jane Prell. I've been thinking a lot about death lately. Everyone does. Even the most strong-faced people secretly wonder about it in their most private hours, when it's safe to drop the mask and tremble at what comes after this life, or what doesn't arrive. Many of us fear the possibility of an inevitable nothing, and rather than cloak that fear in church or through political gain, a great many of us go on to create art. That is not to say that creating art is provoked solely by fear of death. No, it is very much an act of living, to put pen to paper and draw pixels on a screen, and yet I think a great deal of us do hope that our art will outlast us in this life. However, you have people like me who are briefly overpowered by the possibility of death. We cling on to other artists, hoping that through them and our art we will outlast death, and in a way escape it altogether. It is a terrible feeling knowing you are probably going to die, withering away on the streets or trapped in an abusive household, and that by dying your art and characters will die with you. To me, to have your art die with you is the greatest failure of an artist, or at least it was. I realize the greatest failure of an artist is to die and have your art say nothing but pretty words that decorate the homes of rich people. That is a true failure. A blank cultural slate of banal nothingness. And so I do not regret making the character and the art in which I express myself, because whose fault it is if they misinterpret it? My art does say something about me and the world that I live in, that I exist in the state at all, and the world speaks to its many injustices and cruelties. My art says exactly what I am thinking. I am in a place where mortality is weighing heavy on my mind. I have not made a zine, in some time, so my writing is very messy and very clumsy. Aha! I'm not as put together as I used to be, but these zines have always been a source of comfort. I need comfort because I screwed many things up, and now I'm once again on my own. Regardless, we must all one day reckon with our mortality. And as artists, our concerns are no less or more important than any other man, but it is what I will be talking about because I am an artist. Did you know the earliest films were produced from death? The film reels and movies and film stock and photos was made from cow parts and gelatin. Eventually, the demand for this material formed an industry that briefly depended on the slaughter industry for its existence. Yes, the cow would die, but then it would transfer itself to film in a way, becoming something beautiful and new. In this way, the cow and whatever might be living inside will, in their own way, transcend death, become a part of something special. Something special, huh? Certain art materials are made of the extractions of bugs. Specifically, the color red is often made from cochineal. The cochineal is a small scale insect that is used to make the dye carmine. What I'm trying to say is that death is inherently part of the process of art. Death of the artist is just another part of the cycle of things, and when we die, our work of art is the lasting memory and connections we make in this life. It is how people talk about us and look back on us. To me, this is beautiful, And when we die, we are buried beneath the ground, millions of us joining the many dead of history. We all sleep together beneath the soil, and I find that so romantic. That is a very comforting thought to me. That before me, millions of people had similar thoughts and worries before going to their final sleep. Some artists barely leave a memory, and that's okay. It doesn't have to be a big memory. As long as you're connecting with those around you, it doesn't need to be a big memory, but look at someone like Dylan Rose, a musician who appears on the occasional album cover but ultimately has very little said about him. A man who ultimately did not believe the ideals of an already idealist movement he appropriated, who professed freedom and a vague idea of peace but sold out others to state violence the moment they angered him. He's not even mentioned in books about hippies, which I will admit I have read many. Funny Jane lore? Jane might be into hippies? Studying them? For as brief and eye-catching, ear-catching, his music was just that, brief. And in a brief existence on this earth, those who fail to truly express themselves and live with sincerity are the most brief and forgettable of them all. Are you making the most of your time? Are you saying what you want to say with your art? If you were to die tomorrow, what would your art say? Would it read as the most sincere you? Please think on this. Jane Zine. And that's, I believe, is most of the update. So, we're going to start Q&A. In 5 minutes after I get a drink of water, we will start Q&A. Promise. I just need to get water. My throat is wrecked.
Looks good, right? Perhaps they could serve a lovely gift for children. Wives, even. Well, our scientists say no. No, they don't. Troy beauty products have been removed from all stores and establishments due to their large amounts of acidic properties. Among the harmful effects that these properties could have on your system are severe chemical burns on the skin, eye irritation, lung damage, intoxication if ingested, and potentially death. Doesn't sound so lovely anymore, hmm? If you keep one of these products in your household, discard it immediately. If you or someone you know has used these products, visit the nearest hospital as soon as possible. Please, consider spreading this information. This announcement will continue to air until poisoning cases involving the Troy Beauty brand cease. Remember, we care about your health. We care about you.
Okay, we're back. So, time to answer questions. Yeah, questions. Preferably keep them one at a time. You can ask them right here, actually. My favorite bit of non-spoilery trivia about the alternate history in Pendog. In Pendog, Ronald Reagan was, killed by his chimpanzee co-star on Bedtime for Bonzo. So he never became president. That's some official Pendog lore. But something I guess to say is, you'll notice stuff that's odd about Pendog's universe, like the weird insistence on cars not really being a thing anymore, the Ruby Red Line, constantly being brought up as if it's some big part of people's life. It's definitely a very different America, for slightly better, but mostly just the same old bad. God, that's a hard one. What character am I most interested in fleshing out? I think I'm excited to get back to Jane. I miss working with Jane, and actually, Emma, and that's not going to be here for a while. That's going to be season 2 after the first finale of Pendog, but whew, we have some stuff planned for Emma. It's going to be very interesting. And you all are not going to be ready for that. By BT Way, I'm thinking after I finish, I'm gonna raid you all to Night Mine. So keep an eye out for that. If you're younger than 18, do not just leave the stream. Because the streams are for mature audiences only. But yeah. Do the Hecate variants have their own feelings, or are they all just the new vessel for Hecate? I understand if you can't say this one. I think they all have their own feelings to an extent. The same way that your thumb, every finger on your hands.
Your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text.
I really gotta get ad block. Oh my god, this is a nightmare. Skip ad. Okay. I think that Harmonia and Helena and Hecate and blah 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 blah, they all do have feelings the same way that the different fingers on your hand might have feelings, to be poetic. How did you and your team first think of Harmonia? Gosh, that's a good question. It feels like a year ago now, but it was literally only a couple months. I was getting really into the Schoolhouse Rock and thinking about how it related to the juxtaposition, I guess. Like, Schoolhouse Rock has a very, this is how your country works. This is how your country works, and checks and balances, and everything's okay. And then you look at the actual governments, and it's a nightmare. And Harmonia was born from thinking about, what if a Schoolhouse Rock character encountered the actual, bleeding core of the country she professed to talk about? And from there we got into making Harmonia. I definitely wanted her to have that chill, I'm disconnected from everything vibe. And a big thing that I knew from the beginning were her glasses. I wanted them to scare her eyes 24/7 and just be these big binocular glasses. But also I wanted her to drop a lot of the Hecate's traits. Like, as you can tell, like, Helena isn't very much of a change up from Hecate. They have a lot of stuff in common, but Harmonia has a lot more that makes her her own individual than Helena does. So from here you can slowly start seeing Hecate start to integrate into American culture, and diverge from her original origins. Actually, let me ping the server for Q&A stuff. The team works on puzzles with, does this fit for this update? And are we making puzzles that have to do with the, update? Or are we just making puzzles to be assholes and make people frustrated? And we try to do the former. For example, the puzzles from last update were very heavy around the theme of censorship and very heavy around the theme of censorship and lock and key. You're running around in circles trying to nail down this cult that is hidden behind a ton of other companies to try and obfuscate what their deal is. This update with puzzles, we tried to be more linear because you're chasing Lancer, you're chasing Winnie and Millie, you're chasing these cartoons. And then the only locked one is Maisy because she is not like these other cartoons. She doesn't want you to chase her. She wants you to leave Penny alone, and for Hecate to leave Penny alone. So she locks herself and Penny's privacy behind a password. Who's to say if there will be consequences for that later on? And, yeah, like, last update, it also, Molly hiding, trying to prevent you from gaining access to her new friends, the cult trying to prevent secrets of what Dorothy's show is like coming out, and Hecate, when Hecate is involved, she seems to love a bit of a chase. And she seems to like making things hard because it seems to please her when you, put in the work to get to her. Yeah, like that page. If you have a specific character, that would help me, answer more. Basically everyone in this thing is gay some way. Like, Jane is confirmed trans. Even if we don't say it outright, everyone in this project is gay because most of the people, here's something fun, most of the artists working on this project are gay in some form. I'd say that a good third of us are trans. So rest assured that there are many conversations about the gayness going on behind the scenes in our workshop. See you, Laxland. Hmm. For the Stars in Blue song, I created that in GarageBand on my iPhone. And for writing them, it was a very strange process. I'm not a songwriter, and I've never written songs before, but somehow I managed to write like 10 of them for this update, which I'm very happy with. And I guess I just spoke out loud to myself while writing the songs, to try and get a feel for, would this actually sound good in real life, or am I just messing it up? Thank you. Lonesome Cowpoke did an amazing job. Very happy with the work that they did. Whatever. So something I was talking about is if you want a good book on mascots, you should read Meet Mr. Product. It is a comprehensive guide of mascots throughout American history. Just keep in mind it displays several mascots that are tasteless and racist caricatures, but it also acknowledges that it is only showing them as documentation of what was okay with advertising at the time, even though it is in no way okay at any point in time. So yeah, I definitely recommend reading that book. If you like mascots, you'll get some really good inspiration from that book. I think it's on the Internet Archive. Let me see. Actually, I don't want to get sidetracked. Do you all have any more questions? I'm noticing that we're getting a little bit. People are starting to peter off, so we might end soon too. Especially so that Salem can get back to work editing these many videos together. My favorite condiment is pickles and onion. And if that doesn't count as a condiment, I don't care. So, but any other questions about the project, I guess, is what I'm asking. So I think we are going to start winding down for the night. Definitely keep your eye out for the upcoming deep dive video from a certain cool cat. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm very excited about this. I never expected Pendog to get this far. I didn't Harmonia. No, Harmonia is not connected to the COA. They are just an instance of multiple groups converging around shitty ideas. Like in America, there are unfortunately groups from different walks of life that converge around shitty ideas of returning to the past and nationalism. It would be a lot easier to handle if they were all one group. But unfortunately, it's a lot of different people that are bigots and have regressive views. Harmonia is probably worse than the COA because she hides her regressive ideas behind a facade of being progressive. She's like, I'm young, I'm hip, I'm gay. But also, guys, let's not be violent. Let's not violently protest. Let's get along with the police, and that makes her a little bit more nefarious than what the COA have going on. Because she is no good. She is no good at all. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. Let's let these bad things happen to us, but not just that, let's let these bad things happen to people who aren't us. Like I was talking about it the other day, but Dylan Rose is very much the type of person, the white lefty who doesn't give a shit about police violence and brutality until it starts affecting white people. That's the type of person Harmonia is. She doesn't care that all these people are being brutalized and hurt and having their communities torn apart. She only cares the moment that violence starts bleeding in underneath her door. Then she pretends that she's always been a part of the revolution and that she's the most knowledgeable person on it. And no one else knows anything but her. That's the type of person that she is. Depressingly. What else? Would you all like to know? I guess she ignored it. Yeah, and that to me is why she breaks down. Oh. Something for next update? Yeah, I hope you guys like ghosts and ghost stories and deaths and murders and factories and honeys and bees. Um, we're getting, if you think that we're lightening up after the funeral band update, well, next update is bit grim because it's indulging in my. Here's something you should know about me and my taste in horror. I love bleak, ghoulish stories. I love Savage Lands. I love The Bay. Um, I like. God, what movie is it? I like Skinamarink. I like movies that feel ghoulish. I like God, what is that one movie about the found footage about the ghost hunters? Oh, Ghosts and Grave Encounters. I like ghoulish ghosts. Not just ladies floating around white dress, but oppressive ghosts. That's why that's part of the influence behind the video of Dylan Rose's last words. The feeling of ghoulishness, of gray oppressive doom, I guess, to be poetic and lyrical and annoying about it. But yeah. Any other questions? Because she's completely clueless. That's the answer. She is a very clueless entity. Zero capability to read the room. And much like fascists IRL and bigots IRL, she may be powerful, but she is the stupidest person you've ever met. And that's why she's constantly failing. And that's kind of hopeful to me. Like, the people that we're up against in real life, the powers that be, they are powerful and dangerous and brutal. But they are stupid, and they'll end up killing each other because they're stupid. A lot of them, but honestly, if I can be honest, I wasn't really into ARGs a ton, but the ARG that introduced me to the concept of ARGs was The Sun Vanished. Brilliant, haunting concept that I read about on Twitter when I was in undergrad, I believe. And it was the first time I'd ever heard of an ARG. It was my introduction to the concept of it. So yeah, that's a lot of my inspiration. I don't have a lot of ARG inspirations, though. I get a lot of my inspiration from my interest in marine biology. I read a ton of short horror stories as a child up until my adulthood. I have a very strong fascination with folklore and urban legends. And a lot of my characters are based on things that I care about in the world. Like, Slishy Slasher was created around mental health, and destructiveness in relationships. Yes. And that's not, I don't want to be one of those posts that's like, animators only watch animation, and that's why their animation ideas are all the same. Because that's not true. That's a very shallow thing to assume of people. But I do. My horror. The horror that goes into this ARG is very much not from other ARGs. It's mostly from my lived experiences as a trans woman of color in America, who is autistic and has VPD. All wonderful things in this cocktail of a brain I have. Thanks. If you got any more questions, I'll be happy to answer. Ask for help and just do the damn thing. Like, planning is good, don't get me wrong, but if you're planning for longer than like a year and a half maybe, then you need to get on the road and start executing and making things. Like, you can write all the lore in the world, but that's not going to mean anything if you can't pick up the pencil to execute it. And Pendog was a very I need to make something, so we're going to make it even if it's imperfect because we love it and we just want to make something. Like, if we had a lot of the stuff on the early site, the text and writing was very unpolished. The story was very unpolished, but we just launched it and then cleaned it up chapter by chapter, because if we had just sat around planning and planning before actually making things that were imperfect, then nothing ever would have gotten made. And I think that's one of the most important things for, and not just people creating ARGs, but for anyone creating in general. You just gotta do the damn thing, and it's going to be imperfect, but you're going to get better over time because you finally started making something. Something else, don't be afraid to talk to your peers. The unfiction community has been very gracious and generous. I met good friends like Piggy Soda, creator of Dog Nightmares, and Dragonfly, creator of, sorry, my throat. Like Dragonfly, because I saw people creating cool horror and I was like, "Hi, I really like your stuff. Can we talk and be friends and talk as artists?" And both said yes, because the unfiction community is very kind. If you look in the credits list of any unfiction projects, you will find that most of them share similar artists. People who don't go on to create their breakout unfiction horror until years and years after they've started, you'll find them in as small supporting roles in the credits of older unfiction projects, and they just build towards it slowly. You're not going to make your big breakout hit. I didn't, like, within the first project I made, and I wouldn't want to now because my first project I made wasn't that ambitious. And not what I'd want to dedicate myself to for the rest of my life. This project is something I'm proud of, but only came after doing small stuff for other small things. And I just think it's so wonderful how how many people are shared across the credits of other fiction projects. Like, people just love creating. So yeah, I hope that helps. I know it's not easy advice to internalize. One day you just start living the advice that you've gotten and have been like, yeah, I know. It's very hard to act on advice, but eventually life pushes that advice into your life, I guess, and you just start living it. Artists literally love to make art, and we love talking with other artists. It's true. Um, any other questions? Let me see. Well, with that in mind, I think we are going to stop the stream. Here's the thing. I'm going to be streaming several times throughout this month. And if you have a question about Pendog, you can just ask me there, and I will answer it, likely. Or in the Discord. I love answering questions about this project. So, thank you to everyone who has worked on this project. Thank you to everyone who has supported this project. I'm going to be sending you all over to Nightlines. If you're under 18, this stream's not for you. They are streaming Slender for Gender, I believe. Just a minute.
The FDA, Food and Drug Administration of America, wants you to take a look at the following Troy Beauty brand products. Looks good, right? Perhaps they could serve as a lovely gift for children. Wives, even. Well, our scientists say no. No, they don't. Troy Beauty products have been removed from all stores and establishments due to their large amounts of acidic properties. Among the harmful effects that these properties could have on your system are severe chemical burns on the skin, eye irritation, lung damage, intoxication if ingested, and potentially death. Doesn't sound so lovely anymore, If you keep one of these products in your household, discard it immediately. If you or someone you know has used these products, visit the nearest hospital as soon as possible. Please, consider spreading this information. This announcement.
You can actually give Metro through the
link that I have here right now. You can get right ahead of things.